everybody. Chat.
Yay.
And yeah, I was hoping that Jeff would throw his, but I don't know if
He's
his
still going.
stream-
Yeah,
He's
I
still
think
going.
he and
Okay.
He's still going. Yeah.
Okay, so you might throw his audience over here, I would hope. It's Friday. And yeah, we started 2 days ago with sentence, with conviction and closing statements. Yesterday we heard the defendants, and the amazing thing happened that I think I speak for everyone that somehow we are sympathetic to a man who lived in a woman's attic and took pictures of her nether regions.
it is a strange turn of events. I did not have that on my bingo card for this year.
No, that's
My printer is going crazy, so I was muting myself for a minute. But
okay.
yeah, I think this guy the defendant is definitely immature. He is naive. It doesn't excuse the things that he did, but it definitely sort of puts it in a different light. And I'm really curious to see how this quote victim comes off on the stand in sort of juxtaposition from the defendant that we just heard from yesterday.
Yeah, and I have this strong feeling that, for instance, we know that his mother wasn't aware of the trial until more or less the day of the trial. That to me suggests he was scared to tell her. And that might be his experience with women, that women are scary. Do what you're told.
The prosecutor is not breaking that pattern.
No. And yeah, so it will be really interesting to see where everything takes off today. We will start with, well, we won't show the opening statements. We will go as far as we can with the prosecution's case in chief, which is a day and a half, but remove all pauses and everything. That should bring us down to something acceptable. And we were talking backstage about, do we really need to go through any foundations of stuff? For instance, here comes this cop and says, yes, I collected it. And then the next cop comes in and say, yes, I tested it. And the next comes in to present it. We might skip just the juicy parts. Text messages, emails, stuff like that. So, but we will know when we get there, and then we will stream as far as we can, which is a bit depending on if Let's Go Brandon shows up and gets me drinking again. And yeah.
It's always a possibility. Don't say
Yeah.
his name 3 times.
No, I won't.
Is he in the chat already?
No.
I was DMing him on Twitter, and I was like, "Hey, come over on Saturday because I hear that's going to be fun."
Yeah, Saturday will be fun when we do whatever's left of the prosecution's case in chief and opening statements, and then we can compare what they said in opening statements with how everything actually turned out.
I really like this experiment of watching everything in reverse because we know the outcome. We know what the attorneys said about their testimony. We know that he didn't get convicted on all counts with the strongest authority. We know that they felt some sympathy for him. And it was interesting to see his dynamics on the stand, knowing that the jury, I imagine, felt some sympathy. Because, again, just because of why he did it doesn't excuse it. Although there is a dispute of facts sort of issue, and maybe that's what they grabbed onto. I'm really curious then to see. It almost creates more of like a cliffhanger watching it in reverse. It's fun. You're like, ooh, okay. So now how did she come off? What did she say? This is fun. I like this.
What was actually in those texts?
Yeah,
If
I want
we
to hear
had
that.
started,
Yes, and let's please skip the foundational BS and let's get straight to the text messages.
Yes, I can hear someone that looks like a Fed say eggplant emoji, fire, peach, water drops. I
Mm.
just I need that in my Friday life.
Yeah,
I am
and it's
wearing the
Friday.
best t-shirt ever. It says I try to give up sexual innuendos, but it's hard, so very hard. Mr. Mo has said I can't wear it out in public, so I wear it under a hoodie. But it's perfect for today.
Yeah, it's perfect for today because there's just the three of us and a bunch
Of
watching.
shatters.
Yeah, of shadows, and I don't. Yeah, but what do you all say? Shall we go right into it and see where everything starts off, and we can see which parts we can skip and get to the juicy parts? Okay. Ta-da! And where's my there? Almost covering all of Law and Seawood. Yeah. Let's see where we go. And everybody in chat and so tell us how the sound is so I can do some corrections at least.
Of course, I'm muted. Nicholas, did you get my email about the booster?
Yes.
Oh, there. Yeah, I got it. I haven't gotten to it.
Yeah, I haven't either. I was hoping maybe you could experiment with it and then let me know how it works. But the potentially criminal sent it to me.
You'll notice that
so I'm
the
assuming it
witness stand
works.
has an opening to the right in the back. When you enter the witness stand, if you kindly remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury? Please be seated. Jury Ramos, when you're ready.
Elf ears.
Yeah.
She looks surprised.
She does look shocked.
By just having you just state your first name, last name, and spell your last name for the record, please.
It's Nicole Lefebvre, and that's Lefebvre.
Starting with Faith, where are you from?
I feel like my contacts would dry out if my eyes were open like that all day.
About 8 years.
I feel like no one would ever know when I'm surprised.
I'm a patrol sergeant.
Describe your duties for patrol sergeant.
I will
Manage my
move
shift.
everybody's
I'm
microphone
responsible for
down
2
a
or
bit.
3 individuals
And
underneath
maybe
me as
that will
patrolmen,
get
if
their sound
advice is needed.
up.
Did you receive any special training in order to become a police officer?
I did. I went to a 16-week police academy in Concord.
You could have warned us, Salvador. You could have warned us.
Yes.
And then we would be shocked too.
About that time frame, and specifically direct your attention to the early mornings of, or early hours of February 9th, 2022. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And at some point during your shift, did you respond to 34 Highland Street in Somersworth?
I did.
Why did you go to that address?
Got a call about a noise complaint, possible raccoons up on the roof. The caller really wasn't sure the cause for the noise.
Oh, they thought it was a
Can you
raccoon.
describe, did you respond by yourself or?
I responded.
He's so small, he
my
sounds
other
like a
officers,
raccoon.
No. Once you arrive at 34 Highland Street, what do you do? How do you control that scene?
So we made contact with the calling party, Victoria Burke, who told us that she was hearing some noises up on the roof. So she immediately brought us inside, kind of showed us the layout of the house and showed us where the noises were coming from at that time.
So you're right at the house, you said you responded with another officer. Do you both go inside the house?
Yes.
Now, once you're inside the house, where do you go?
She brought us to where she could hear the noises. It's an older house, so it's a little bit of a maze, but she brought us in the front door around a couple corners into a set of stairs that went up onto the second floor.
And were you able to hear those noises yourself?
We could hear some scuffling at that point, yes.
Could you describe what the noises or what it sounded like?
From there, it sounded like light footsteps. We couldn't tell at that point if it was an animal or a person.
So once you hear these light footsteps or noises, what do you do?
So I continued talking with Victoria, and my other officer, Officer South, continued to investigate the noises. While speaking with Victoria, Officer South explained to me that he could hear louder footsteps that he believed to be human at that
Where
point.
were you at this time?
I was speaking with Victoria just around the corner from the stairs, I believe.
Now, did you stay inside the house the whole time?
It's called chapstick.
While I was speaking
Bring it
her,
with you.
yes.
You won't have to lick your
After
lips.
you were done speaking with her, where did you go?
After we spoke with her, my officer said he believed the noises were coming from the roof. So we stepped outside to get a better vantage point of the roof at that point.
What were you able to observe at that point?
I walked out of the house, and the house is situated on a hill. So I walked down the hill to get an easterly view of the house, and at that point, I saw somebody crawling across the roof.
And was this roof connected to the same house that you were just in?
Yes.
So once you see that someone's crawling out of that roof, what did you do?
I announced myself as a Somersworth police officer, and I ordered him to come off of the roof.
Did he do that?
I didn't know they could do
He continued to
hair
crawl
eyebrow
across the
transplant
roof and out of sight.
upwards.
Stop licking your lips.
So now, once he continues to crawl, what actions do you take after that?
My other officer, Officer South, was on the other side of the house. So from there, I radioed to him and asked if he had sight of him, because at this point we had both sides of the house covered. He notified me that he could see him on his side of the roof at that point. So I made my way over to his side.
Now, so you're both standing on the same side of the house at that point?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
So I asked Officer South where he saw him, and he stated that he saw him on a flat part of the roof, which was under an attic window. So I proceeded to go into the house. I ordered Officer South to stay where he could see the individual on the roof and keep eyes on him while I went inside of the house.
Now you're inside the house. Where in the house did you go to?
I immediately went upstairs to the attic. There's a window in the attic that goes out to that flat part of the roof.
Can you describe what you're observing while you're at the attic? What does it look like?
So as soon as you open the door, it's an older house, so it's a very steep set of wooden stairs with a low hanging roof or a ceiling right there. So going up into the attic, there wasn't a lot of headspace, so I had to crouch a little bit. Going to the window, I did see it was closed, but I immediately noticed a hole in the screen that was big enough for a person to fit through.
And after you noticed this window that had that broken screen, were you able to see the person that you had observed outside?
As I opened the window, he was crouched in the corner of the roof just outside of the window.
So once you noticed that he was there, what did you do?
I ordered him to show me his hands.
He was cowering in a corner like a rabid animal.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Now, once you're both inside across the threshold of the window, what did you do?
I ordered him onto his stomach, and I detained him at that point.
So after you detained him, were you able to identify him?
Yes.
How were you able to do that?
I believe it's, I don't believe I put that in my
Did he have a
report.
Kinko's card?
I
like a
believe
business
I asked
card?
him his name, and he told me his name.
Now, Officer, did you write a report?
I'm trying to be
in this case?
good.
I did.
And just that, looking at a copy of your report, refresh your recollection?
Possibly.
Is it just me, or isn't her ears very low compared to the rest of
Yes.
the head?
Yeah, something's off with her face. Like her eyes are too big, her ears are in the wrong spot, they stick out.
The hair slicked back does nothing for her. I think if her hair was down and styled, it'd look more in proportion.
I'm not
Yeah,
a
because
woman,
if
but is
I
this
pull-
a makeup issue?
Yes.
Well, I don't think she's wearing any makeup.
No, she's
It's
wearing
like
makeup.
Men in Black. Is this better?
So Officer Phil, on that, we asked you the question, were you able to identify the individual that you had observed?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
By his Pennsylvania driver's license.
So now I just want to switch gears a little bit and ask about some of the items that you were able to.
She
observe
looks
while
like
you were
someone
inside
that
the
pretty much
house.
knew how to sculpt a human, but just got it off like the
Can you
uncanny valley
explain
kind of
to the
thing.
jurors,
Yeah,
what
she is. She
areas
almost
of
looks
the
like
house
an
that you looked
android.
at?
Sure.
Poor lady, she's probably
So
watching this
entering the
stream like, I
house,
hate you all.
You enter through a side porch and then it
We can
comes
never
into a
go to New
kitchen
Hampshire.
area. Off of the kitchen, there's an older room that they use mainly for storage.
I lowered our
and I
microphones
found a
to
pair of sneakers
40%,
in that
so I don't
room,
know how much
Vans
more I can do.
sneakers that the homeowner.
Let me see if I can-
And Ms. Nunez said that didn't belong to them. I also observed in the attic a McDonald's bag with pancakes in it, a drink cup, and a sleeve of saltine crackers up there.
I'm trying 1.25.
Yeah, when the audio is low and our mics are the automatic adjustment, they come on hot, it sounds like.
Cameraman, Coach?
Yes.
Yeah, I took it off from automatically to lower it, and in hope that it makes the court sound better.
There's so many better applications for streaming out there, and I have one on my other laptop, or even this one too, but I don't use it because it's really technical, and no
Oh,
one else
then-
has it.
No, it's not for me then. On volume control.
We don't want to know.
So Officer Phil, I'm now gonna show you 8 separate
The
images.
court clerk
These
keeps
have been
their
already pre-marked for
exhibits?
identifications as states exhibits 1 through 8. I'm just gonna have you look at all of
It's
them
like
first,
everything
and
is
I'll
new
ask
to
you
her.
all
Oh,
questions.
paper.
Yeah. I don't want to go full Alex Jones, but she might be a lizard person.
I was watching the Kerry case, the governor signature ballot trial the other day, and they were going to admit paper documents instead of putting it on the screen and ask the court for permission. And the court was like, have we come so far that we
The date.
have to ask special
the ninth.
permission to hand the witness papers instead of putting it on the screen?
Exhibit 1 through 8 for ID, all the pictures I
Yes.
just looked at fairly and accurately show the condition of the house and the items that you looked at when you went to Howard Street.
They do.
And at this point, I move to strike out the answer these 1 through 8 as full exhibits.
All right, so there's no objection to 1 through 8. The ID will be stricken. There'll be full exhibits.
The way they do the way they proffer their evidence is really odd. I'm glad that the judge in the Brandon trial, because they're like to move to strike from evidence and move into something or
Next
other.
time I ask permission to post signature.
Yes. Is that television screen in your way, or can you see the whole screen?
So Sergeant Fleet, we're looking at that big screen. That image has already been admitted as a full exhibit. It states it's full exhibit 7. Can you describe for the jurors what we're looking at in that image?
That's a pair of black and white Vans sneakers that were found inside of that room off the kitchen.
Were you able to identify who those shoes belong to?
I took them as evidence, and I believe ultimately they were identified, yes.
Now, did they belong to anyone that lived at 34 Highland Street?
No.
Now, we're looking at State's Exhibit, or State's Full Exhibit 1. What's included within that image?
It is a McDonald's cup, a sleeve of saltine crackers, and appears to be a hash brown from McDonald's.
And where in the house was that, were those items located?
Those are in the steps going up to the attic.
So now we're looking at State's Full Exhibit number 8. What were you able to observe in that image?
So this is a set of.
Oh,
Apple
that was the
AirPods,
tile
a
he was going to put
container,
on her
and
keys
a,
or something.
A tile tag. It's a location device
Where within the house were those 2 items located?
in the attic.
And just like everyone said, painter's tape doesn't stay on.
So that one, we're looking at State's Full Exhibit 2. Can you describe what's included within that image?
Yes, that's the McDonald's bag with the pancakes.
And what was that?
It's
Also,
hard to
yeah.
pull your ears into that position, honestly.
I think it's just enhancing what has already, been
That is State's Exhibit.
a gift from God.
It is drawing attention to them.
Is that a larger version of that same picture that we just looked at?
Yes.
Sorry,
I
we're
love
looking at State's
projectors,
Full
but I
Exhibit
feel like I'm
5.
getting
Where's
ready
that
to do
picture of?
trigonometry.
That's a picture of the window in the attic and the torn screen.
No,
I just
you
love the
posed
idea that
attic
they thought it was a
or
raccoon.
In that picture.
Now he has a Halloween costume for the rest of
He
his
was
life.
Crouched in the corner just outside of that window up to the left.
This exhibit is State's Exhibit, or Full Exhibit 4. What is that a picture of?
The torn screen.
Now, where did that window, where did it lead to within the house?
It leads outside of the house onto a flat roof area.
This last image is State's Full Exhibit number 6. Can you describe that image?
It's a water bottle
And where was that located?
in the attic.
So, Sergeant Flynn, once we were able to document those items and observe those items, did you remain at the house or did you go somewhere else?
I remained at the house.
Now, once you're done looking at items in the house and talking to people, what did you do?
After I collected statements, I responded back to the police station to assist officers up.
Now, let's talk about what you did when you were back at the police station. Were you able to talk with the individual that you had just identified?
Yes.
And just that it's clear, can you state the name of the individual that you identified at 34 Hammond Street?
Mauricio Guerrero.
And Sergeant Fair, do you see Mauricio in court today?
I do.
Can you identify him by name, what he is wearing?
Blue shirt and a blue tie.
No, this is the first responder.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Right, the record will so reflect.
Could you imagine that face on OnlyFans with her ears and her wide eyes?
Hey, she could be an elf. There's, well, there's
Lizard elf.
stuff.
Yeah, if she got in costume, she could for sure.
I began
Lizard
by
elf,
asking him, I showed
clearly.
him the pair of sneakers.
Maybe
I
she
had
knows
found,
Runkle.
in the spare room and asked
We
him if
should
those
ask.
were his, and he stated they were not.
Now,
She's really
were you
8,000
able to
years old.
determine based on your conversation with Mr. Guerrero, defendant, what he was doing at 34 Hammond Street?
He told me that he was there to take possession of a fireplace that he had gifted to Miss Nunez.
Broken, that's how my marriage worked.
Did he have permission to come get that fireplace? Objection.
Sustained.
Sergeant Fair, did he say any statements to whether he had permission to get that fireplace?
I want you to come up.
Okay.
I'm gonna re-ask the question. Did the defendant make any statements to you when you were talking to him as to whether he had permission to come get that firearms?
No, he did not.
I just want to clarify, did you say, was the answer no, he didn't make any statements, or no, he didn't have permission?
No, he didn't make any statements.
What the hell happened to the sound?
I'm excited to get that booster going.
He stated
That
that he
potentially sent me.
arrived at the residence at about 11 o'clock at night to midnight.
On what day?
As you do,
We responded
fireplace
there on
pickup
2 nights,
at
so it would be
midnight.
2
So then,
that previous night.
and was he able to explain how he got inside of the house?
He told me that he entered the house through a blue door.
Sorry, you
It's
repeat
the
that?
court sound.
Sorry, he
I
stated that he
can't
entered
do
the house
anything
through a
about
blue
it.
door that was open.
That was. Now, how did he end up in the attic from that conversation that you had with him?
He stated that he was in the house and that when he heard Officer Self and I, he ran.
Were you able to look
Wait, did she say he ran?
at his phone?
I was.
I think he ran
How did that occur?
onto the
I
roof.
asked him if he had been invited there by Miss Nunez. He stated that he had been invited, and I asked him if he had messages showing this.
Were you able to see those messages?
Yes.
I just had the perfect image of this guy like skittering on the roof.
I know, and every time I see him, I just see young Katie Lang, and I
Yes.
don't know why, and I can't stop.
And Sergeant LaFave, I guess I forgot to ask you this, so I just want to make sure that I get this clear. When you saw the defendant back at the attic, what was he wearing?
A purple sweatshirt and blue pants.
Did he have any shoes on?
No, he did not.
Young Aberbury woman?
Yes.
Maz, that's exactly what I was thinking. She looks very much like an android. She could be on the Starship Enterprise.
Yeah, there's something, and I can't pinpoint what it is, but it's very uncanny valley.
What's
Has
that?
AI finally taken over?
So, Sergeant, I just have a couple more questions that I just want to make sure that they're clear. Did the defendant explain this relationship that he had with the person that lived at 34 Hammond Street?
He said it was an on again, off again thing, that they would go a couple months talking to each other. They would block each other.
Vulcan
and talk to each
sold.
other again.
Now, when you're looking at his phone, can you describe what his demeanor is like while you're going through the phone?
He was just kind of sitting in our booking area. He didn't have any sort of demeanor to him. To me, I didn't believe that he was taking this seriously.
Objection.
Sustained. So, ladies and gentlemen, the last comment will be stricken from the record. You're not to consider it in any way.
They are on it. The defense and the judge.
What was that Harrison Ford movie where he's
No.
trying to find the androids?
Sergeant LaFave, just to make sure that my
Blade
question
Runner.
is
Blade Runner.
is clear. Were you able to hold his phone in your hand and look at the entire conversation?
Yes, I was.
And at any point did he have that phone himself and he was showing you those messages?
He did.
How was he acting while you were going through that process?
So I asked him if I could see the messages. He said yes. I handed him his phone so he could turn it on. It had been powered off at that point. As he turned the phone on, he appeared to scroll and delete at least one message before handing me the phone.
How did you conclude the involvement with that night?
I left the booking area and I made contact with our detective captain, Sunderland, in the hallway. I briefed him on the case that we had, and he asked if he believed that Guerrero would give us permission to download his phone.
Were you able to obtain that? consent?
Yes, he gave consent.
So, sorry, I just have one more picture that I want to show you. Can you got my approach?
Yes.
So, sorry, I'm showing you this image. This has been pre-marked for identification as State's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
I do.
When was this picture taken?
The morning of February 9th.
And what exactly are you looking at in that image?
It's a Ford F-150.
And were you able to identify who was driving or owned
Yes,
that Ford F-150?
yes.
Who was that?
It was determined that Guerrero was driving that F-150.
Where was that F-150 parked?
It was parked just up the street and around the corner from Highland Street.
Does that image fairly accurately depict what the Ford F-150 that was identified to be owned or driven by Mr. Guerrero look like?
Yes.
I'm going to ask just like the ID image of this full exhibit.
No objection to 9. It'll be a full exhibit.
May I publish that to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Sergeant, can you just describe briefly for
That's a
your
decent
work
truck.
in relation to Highland Street, is this truck parked?
Yeah, so the truck is situated on Grand Street. Just past that house with the white trim on the right is Highland Street.
Would someone on Highland Street be able to see that truck?
No.
Is there a direct line of sight from that street to 34 Highland Street?
No.
Well, he did park out of the line of sight. I mean, he sort of thought it through.
Remember, he testified that she wanted the stalker / grape fantasy.
So, Sergeant Lefebvre,
Yeah.
you were able to take some images of some food and some items. Can you just explain for the jurors, based on the conversation that you have with the defendant, whether those items, were you able to identify who those items belong to, and where did you get them?
He stated at one point during our conversation that he did leave the house to get snacks before returning.
So, were you able to confirm with him that he was the one who brought those snacks to the house?
I don't recall.
Yes. How about the McDonald's bag that he photographed?
Yes, he did state that he went to McDonald's.
So, Sergeant Lefebvre, I have no further questions for you at this time. Attorney Starow, you have the opportunity to answer some questions now.
So folks, we've been going about an hour and a half. What we'll do is take a 15-minute break now. When we come back, we'll work till about 12:30 and take our lunch break at 12:30. All right, 15
We
minutes.
were watching her testimony for about 20 minutes of substantive stuff. They've been going for an hour and a half, which means that there was at least an hour of foundational.
And you can
that
leave your
was
notebooks behind. Thank you.
I'm so glad we're skipping foundational stuff.
I just, as a taxpayer, I find it deeply unsettling that we are spending this much money on this case.
Yeah, but it's kind
Yeah.
of bad.
Staring him down. I mean,
He,
I would have admitted to, no, I wouldn't. I would have said lawyer.
What's the little creature in Harry Potter?
Dobby.
Dobby. Remember Dobby running across the roof? That's what I pictured in my mind.
See, and I see him in a little mask cosplaying as a raccoon. Like, you can't tell me how I identify. I am a raccoon, damn it.
Oh, let's see. On. Okay. Yeah, we seems to be moving on quite fast, and already a 15-minute break, and then what did he say? An hour lunch. Yeah, we are making good progress here.
All right, folks, for those of you who are taking notes, you can get your notebooks ready. And there is one thing I neglected to mention. When you do take breaks and you leave the courtroom, both lunch during the midday or mid-session breaks and at the end of the day, just leave your notebooks on your chair. The monitor secures them overnight, and we make sure that they're secure during the day. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the
Attorney
defendant
Starbucks,
did
when you are ready.
testify to the statements he made during interrogation, and I bet she was
Good morning.
just staring at him, looking like that.
No,
He
I
was
don't believe
scared.
so.
I'm confused. I'm just going to ask a couple questions.
Sure.
Thank you.
Miss Page is wearing a different suit on day one at least,
Just a couple of questions.
and better
Now,
hair
You spoke with Maurice, is that correct?
Yes.
behind that full moon.
You spoke with?
I'm honestly not sure how many interviews he had after me.
One.
Okay, yes.
It was you, Officer Barrow, as well, correct?
I'm not sure. I wasn't aware of that.
Well, Sergeant Sutherland,
Yes,
So speak to your,
correct.
he really talked to you,
Yes,
and he really gave you the phone and tried to work with you.
yes,
And you asked him some questions about what the heck he's doing.
correct,
And one of the things he told you was, well, there it is, fireplace.
correct.
And he said you got there around 11 o'clock that evening, correct?
Correct.
At the house. Sorry?
Correct.
Okay. And he indicated to you that he was invited by Rachel and she came out and spoke, correct?
Yes,
One of the things he told you was that their meeting or their engagement didn't end very well. Is that fair to say? He told you that he was assured they were in a relationship, right?
correct.
You can conceive from that they broke up or someone's ending the relationship, right?
Right.
And he told you that he was afraid that he was going to give away the gifts. I'm sorry, that she was going to give rid of the gifts that he gave her. She was going to throw them away, right?
He asked permission and she said she was going to throw it out.
She was going to throw them away.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
The Expanse is too accurate for me to watch. I tried, but there's not enough fantasy, so I got bored and I needed to jump over to Star Wars.
He indicated to you that it wasn't just the fireplace and the TV set, they also had some personal stuff there. Well,
No, he did not.
he told you that he wanted to stop that, right?
The fireplace.
Actually, did he at one point just say he wanted to stop that, like he's considered?
I don't recall that. I recall this being about the fireplace.
He indicated to you it was because he was of the opinion that the relationship may well be over, so he was going to go collect some stuff, right?
I believe he stated that it was a waste of his time.
Do you recall, if I were to shoot a transcript of your meeting with Mauricio, that refresh your memories of what exactly he said about getting stuff back?
Yes.
On page 6. And what's what you want?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. Go ahead and read this to yourself. So, you can read the whole page, if you would focus on line 12, and then when you're done, you can tell me if that refreshes.
Can he be up there all the time? Because I hear him a lot better from there than in front of the podium mic.
Does that refresh your memories when I told you that he was wanting to stop that?
Yes.
Where was the TV?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it in the residence.
Was it his truck?
No.
But he did tell you that the TV was right big for him to carry, right?
Yes.
When you first arrived, or at least at some point, you actually encountered Rachel Nunez, correct?
Yes.
And she told you that she knew Mauricio through OnlyFans, correct?
Correct.
And you specifically asked her if she and Mauricio ever had a physical relationship, right?
Correct.
She said, no, we have never had a physical relationship. Right?
Correct.
You found out later on that was a lie, didn't you?
Mauricio told me that they had had a relationship.
Let me put it this way. If she in fact had a physical relationship with Mauricio, then she lied to you, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. So, Sergeant Lefebvre, I'm just gonna point your attention to the first conversation that you were having with the defendant. Attorney Starow asked you some questions about some of the things that the defendant told you what he was doing when he got there. At any time.
Is that attorney's last name
when you were having this
Starburns?
Conversation with him, did he mention that he had been there 2 days prior?
No, he did not.
Did he mention that he'd been in the house on multiple occasions?
No, he did
Jackson's
not.
house has a glass.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Sorry, can you repeat that answer?
No, he did not.
Now, I do want to ask you some questions about the conversation that you have with Ms. Rachel that Attorney Starburns asked you about. I believe the question was about a physical relationship. Do you recall how you asked that question?
I do not recall exactly how I asked that question.
Based on your training and experience, what type of information were you trying to get during that?
Objection to relevance.
All right, why don't you come up?
And now they're going to have a powwow.
Yeah. So far, standard prosecution. Here's the fact. Defense. Here's our counter. Except she's a lizard elf. Nothing unusual.
Well, they had to get it exciting somehow.
It's a long powwow.
So, sorry, at that point when you're investigating that this incident that you just responded to, when you ask the question about the relationship, what information are you trying to gather?
I'm trying to figure out if there's a domestic partnership aspect to this incident.
So would that be your boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
Boyfriend, girlfriend, intimate partners, along those lines.
Guy who lives in your attic.
I don't know for the question, John.
Attorney Starburns.
Very, very
Yeah.
briefly.
Yep, go ahead.
Attorney Ramos was asking questions. Mauricio will tell you information about where you've been staying, if you're staying in the attic, how long you've been there. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Did you specifically ask these questions?
I asked Mauricio what brought him to 34 Highland Street or when he got there.
When you got there?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. All right, thank you. Maybe you can step down. Thank you. You're excused.
Okay.
State, call your next witness, please.
Yes, John. the state
Nothing
calls
out of
for
the ordinary.
stand.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mads commented that this court seems very professional. The problem
Yeah.
with professional courts is it makes sometimes for boring streams, but this is how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be kind of boring, just matter of fact. But
Yeah,
we can
and we
make
can
fun of the
always,
witnesses' eyes and all that in between.
yeah, and that's where we come in to make,
That's right.
yeah, fun of.
And if you could come up here to the witness stand, you'll see that there's an opening at the, behind the witness stand. If you could step in, ask you to remain standing and kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
All right, please be seated.
Good morning, Victoria. Can you please state your first name and
So
last
this
name
is the
and spell your
mother?
last name for the record, please?
Sure. Victoria Burke, Bourque.
So Victoria, I just want to direct your attention to February of 2022.
Mhm.
You remember that time frame?
Yes.
So during that time, where were you living?
In Somersworth,
And who lived with you?
my daughter Rachel and my grandson.
Now, was there a time that she didn't live with you?
Yes.
Okay, only audio for the grandma.
That was?
She had moved to
Or
a
mother.
place in Dover. It didn't last long there. The walls are really thin and she didn't like the, no, it was like you could hear everybody. So she wasn't comfortable there. And
Okay.
Somehow I think that the walls being thin has more with the neighbors complaining about sound coming from her apartment.
How many gift givers did she have?
Yeah. She didn't like it there. No, the neighbors were complaining of me doing stuff to myself. It was too, yeah. Mm. Yep.
Do you recall approximately when she moved back in with you?
it was around Christmas.
Okay. Now, Victoria, I just want to point your attention to the night of February 8th into the early mornings of February 9th. Do you remember that time period?
Yeah, I remember Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So are you talking about Tuesday?
So Tuesday into Wednesday.
Wednesday morning, yes.
So during that time frame, was Rachel living with you?
Yes.
And at some point during that night, were the police called to your house?
Yes.
I just want to start by asking you, why were they called?
Rachel had texted me that she saw someone in the doorway around 4 in the morning. And then she came into my room and we heard something. And her son was sleeping with her in the front room. So we went back in that room.
So you stated that Rachel had texted you, your daughter had texted you.
Yeah.
And she came in to the room.
Yeah.
So had you been able to hear any voices in the house?
You know, I did hear something like around the time she texted me. I probably thought it was her going to the bathroom or something.
Now, approximately at what time would you say you normally go to bed?
9 or 10.
Okay, so during this time, were you asleep? Were you woken up?
I wasn't woken up until that time, like 4 or so in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So before 4 in the morning, how were you woken up?
I think the text came and I was trying to go back to sleep.
Okay.
I was like, oh, you know, I guess I wasn't that concerned at that point, you know, maybe she was just scared or, and then full on when she came in. we heard something.
So now, you're both in the same room
Mhm.
and you hear something. What did you do?
We went immediately to Weston was sleeping. My grandson was sleeping. And so we went into her room where he was. And then she called the police.
Can you describe what this noises that you were hearing really sounded like?
Like a shuffling sound, like I was maybe hoping it was a raccoon or something, but I think it sounded more human.
Okay.
And then that was concerning. And that's why we went back into her room.
So now, when Rachel comes in to your room,
Yeah.
can you describe her demeanor?
Concerned, scared.
So Terry, I now want to switch gears a little bit and I want to talk about your house. I want to talk
Yes.
about the layout of your house, just so that the jurors have an understanding.
Was it
of
a
your
split
house,
level?
what's happening
Because I feel
inside.
like I need to know.
They can visualize what the areas that we're talking about.
Mhm.
Just want to ask you some preliminary questions. Did you have the opportunity to draw a layout of, yes, both floors of your house?
Yes.
Madam Mayor Approach?
Yes.
If you want to make those, I have no objection.
All right, you've seen these?
I have.
All right. They can be marked as full exhibits. There's no objection.
Show you one at a time first, then we're going to talk about them.
Okay.
So I'm currently showing you what's already been admitted as a full exhibit. This is State's Exhibit 16. So you recognize what I'm showing here?
Yes.
What is this a drawing of?
My home.
And is this, can you describe it? First floor, second floor?
This is the first floor. This is facing the street. This is the front of the house. My neighbor's driveway here, my driveway here, my neighbor's. Yeah.
Now showing you what's been already admitted as a full exhibit. This is State's Exhibit 17. You recognize what I'm showing here?
Yes.
What is this a drawing of?
This is a drawing of the second floor of my house, if you had come up the stairs mostly, and then the attic area outside.
Yeah, don't Google images with OnlyFans attached to a name.
The witness? Yes.
I would imagine you got pictures.
You can step down, ma'am, yes. The only thing I'm going to ask you to do is to try to pick your voice up because we don't have a microphone too close to you there.
Your computer will get the clap. Just
The drawing on the left, which is that, would that be the first floor of the house? The first floor, okay. So can you just point out for the jurors, where is the main entrance where you normally go into your house?
Normally in the driveway is sort of third porch, you come in on the
Now, where is?
you now have to bleach bit your entire computer,
Where
Jody.
in your house are you?
when you come in, you're in my kitchen.
Now, see that the kitchen has some sort of item in the middle. What is that item in the middle?
That's my kitchen island. Where you put your gas and keys.
I don't know if it's the angle of her pictures.
Just
They're
so that
not working.
It's clear which side goes towards.
The police officer or the OnlyFans slutty?
Okay, so it says front room.
The OnlyFans.
Oh, well, listen, as a semi-fluffy person, there are angles that we use.
And then this is the front main steps of the house.
You have to get a new phone now, Jody.
That-
It's got all the
Interest-
VD.
Every Google search the government knows.
You describe this barn, looks like.
Yeah, so the house is quite long and got a lot of rooms in it. The other kitchen is sort of the older kitchen, sort of been torn down. You have it someday, you walk in, this is an old kitchen sink and an old kitchen toilet and another door, And then this is the barn area, it's rough lumber, it's storage, and where we, all that stuff.
Can you access the main house through the barn?
There are two windows here and one here.
The real sadness to the world.
So you came around the back of my house.
Give it a month, and she's back to earning her living.
She's on Twitch now. I'm sure.
So now let's talk about the second. So you mentioned the stairwell. So where does the stairwell lead to?
Okay, so if you came up the front stairs, you would land up here, and there's a bathroom right in front of you. There's a hallway. My grandson's bedroom is sort of right off the landing. And then there's a little hallway, and that comes to the current room where Rachel's at.
So which one is your?
My room is in the back, so it's, you have to go either this way or that hall, and there's back stairway. Into the dressing room, and then you're in my bedroom, which is on top of the little room that is and private car.
Now see that to the right, what appears to be the attic of the house?
Yes.
So how do you get to that?
So,
How did the daughter explain the fireplace? Like, well, one of my internet friends gave it to me.
and then on the third floor, it's just open from the front of the house.
So would you say, do you have to go through your grandson's room to get to the attic?
Yes.
And see that outside, there's that little
That's not nice to describe.
other shape.
No,
above.
never mind.
What is that?
So this is the third floor, it's all open to the roof, I guess, on the part of the house. And this back window, there's a window in the back and one facing the street. This back window, there's the roof of the barn. This way.
I'm gonna ask you to stand again. I'll ask you some questions. I just wanted to make sure that you're able to identify those rooms.
They described the house as far as I know, and
So, Richard, you mentioned that you remember Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah.
So I just want to ask you some questions about the days leading up to the night of Tuesday on into Wednesday.
Mhm.
So do you notice anything strange the days leading up? to that night?
Yes, yeah. There was things that were off in the house. I had seen the window open. One morning when I had come down, it was open like this much in my living room. It was like a bay window, and the little window on the left was open and cold air was coming in. I'd seen some doors that I swear were shut and locked, and they were open, including like the front doors facing the street, and the back barn door. So I just was kind of like getting to the point, like, what's going on? You know, I didn't quite put it all together. I didn't know, but yeah, I had noticed some things that were off.
Okay. Now, was there anything missing?
I guess the really big thing here is
On
the mom.
Monday,
Uh,
yeah. So on Monday, I moved my daughter's car. I have a single driveway. I moved her car out so I could get to work, and I parked her car across the way on Grand Street. And I brought the keys in typical fashion, put them on the kitchen island. And then I did a few things. I had to go to work. And then they were missing. I know Rich couldn't find them and had called me, and I was like, you know, I had looked around a little bit, but I had to go to work. So that became sort of the thing because she was stuck and couldn't go anywhere. She only had one set of car keys.
So once you realize that the keys are missing, what did you think you had to do at that point?
Well, we would have to get a key made, which is kind of expensive, like $400, I think. It started calling around.
It's a distinct
We
possibility.
looked everywhere. I looked on the road, thinking maybe I dropped them from when I moved her car, and looked under the kitchen island, looked
So
everywhere
this
I
is
could
what
think
happens when I can never find my
and
keys.
then
I need to go check my
she
attic
or I don't know
real
who
quick.
called the police to have
Yeah.
them come over and see if they could open her car door and see if maybe they were in the car. So it was kind of like a big thing. We noticed it, you know.
Now, at some point, were you able to find those keys?
Well, yes. So the police, they opened her car up, no keys. And then I think the next morning I was planning on getting a key made so she'd have a key. And I went into the kitchen And on the floor, I had this, the key was on like
It
a mask.
explains
back
where
in
all
the
my
old days, you know,
silverware's
like a back, I
going.
had tied it to that. And I saw them underneath my kitchen island, sort of peeking out.
Have you looked there before?
Yeah, yes.
You're on my approach.
Yeah, so the attic dweller can get in and out easily.
You know, if they start doing laundry, I don't know.
If there are only women and a grandson in the house, adult men's underwear might be a hint that someone else is there.
So,
I'm
Jared,
just-
showing you,
It tickles me
this
so funny.
image is
It just
already
it's
been
so
approved
funny to
on
me that she thought he was a
verification. It's
raccoon.
exhibit 15.
Just,
You recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes,
What is that a picture of?
it's a picture of the keys.
And who took that picture?
I did.
Is that picture fairly accurately depict where the keys were when you found them?
Yes.
Can I ask to strike the ID and enter this in full exhibit?
All right, so the ID is stricken on 15, it'll be a full exhibit.
Thank you. May I call to the jury on it?
Yes.
So, Victoria, can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at?
It's a picture of the keys because I was like, oh my God, I can't
That's-
believe I found
that's her
There-
keys?
That's like nuts, you know, because we had already looked there so many times.
So I see that there's two different colors in that image. Can you describe what each color, the material, there's two different types of wood. Can you describe what those items are?
Are you talking about the fabric mask?
So there's like a blue piece
oh,
of
for
wood.
Oh,
and
heaven's
that's,
sake, it's a
on-
damn mask.
So the blue is the kitchen island and then the light brown is what is that in relation
That's a
to?
shadow of underneath, like it's on four legs, so there's a little, you know, space.
Okay, so you mentioned that the key was attached to a mask. So is that the mask that we're looking at there?
Yes.
Okay, now, just so that it is clear, so we looked at the image or the drawing of your house,
Mhm.
and you saw, you stated that that kitchen island is right
When you
go
come in.
through that door.
hmm
So when did you go to, as you said, you were looking at moving Rachel's car?
Yeah, that was the morning before,
So the morning prior.
Monday, and that was
approximately-
Tuesday.
So approximately what time did you say you were going to move Rachel's car?
I can't remember the exact time, but I know I had to go to work, so I had to be at work by 9.
So sometime in the early
Yeah.
morning?
Mhm.
And what point, how long were you out there?
Moving the car,
Yes.
3 minutes, 4 minutes,
So once you moved the car,
Mhm.
where did you go?
back to the house.
And is that when you dropped the keys in the kitchen island?
Yeah, I mean, that's where I would have put them.
Now, once you drop the keys, I just want to make sure, the kitchen island,
Mhm.
how long until you realized that those keys were missing?
Well, till this morning, I think I took a photo of it probably like 8 in the morning because I walked in already to like, oh, we're gonna get a new key made. Oh my God, there they are. You know,
So before you found them, when you put them in the kitchen island, when did you realize that they were not there?
you mean from the day before?
The day before?
Oh, when I come back from moving the car, you know, I wasn't thinking like, you know, exactly where am I putting these? I just put them where I would have put them. And then I believe it was before I left. I couldn't find
Hold
them.
on, there's an objection. And the objection? Come on up.
Also speculation.
All right, so sustain.
So so you went in the house,
Uh-huh.
how much time passed until you couldn't find the keys again?
5 or 10 minutes.
So from the moment you come inside the house, you put the keys in the kitchen island area,
Mhm.
5 to 10 minutes pass, and you can't find the keys.
Right.
Were you still inside the residence at the time?
Yes.
Was that before you went to work?
As I recall, before I went to work.
That's it. Next time I lose anything, I'm going up to the attic first.
Go there packing, just in case.
Well, my husband says men like to be needed. Can I send
So,
him
Richard,
up?
that picture that we're just looking at, who took that picture?
I did.
Last time he said that, I said, go take out the
Because I
trash.
think I
He
had
was not
posted something on
amused.
Facebook. Oh, I don't know. I can't remember, but I posted something on Facebook about it because I'm like, oh my gosh, this kind of stuff always happens to us. you know.
For the love of all that is
there was
holy,
something like,
can people
"Here they
not
are. I
post
know I
their
looked there
everyday
last
things on
night. This is
Facebook?
so bizarre."
It's not a
But I do
Facebook
have strange
post.
things happen sometimes. So it's just something I shared with my friends, like, oh my God, here they are. I can't figure out, you know, how they showed back up, you know. And I made a point of saying I had looked
Flux,
at them many
same.
times.
So now, I know we were just talking about the days before the night of Tuesday into Wednesday.
Mhm.
So I want to move a couple of days ahead in time.
Okay.
And ask you some questions about the days after February 9th.
Okay.
Were you able to observe anything around the house that was also strange?
Yeah, a lot of things. But after, you mean he was taken away?
My daughter had a lot of
Right, so
video
the objection sustained. The
equipment.
jury will ignore that last comment. So after
Okay.
February 9th.
After February 9th, yeah, that, I think it was the next, I think it was the weekend. My daughter
There are
and
a
I were
lot of
looking for
things I
something
can't
out in
tell
the
you
barn,
about.
and she saw it, I
Not
think,
been
before
2
I did,
hours
but the
yet.
window, that's on the, it's like on the first level. The window was propped up in the opening, in the casing, but it was loose. And so it wasn't quite, you could see daylight, you could see that it wasn't attached.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
The missing sock guy is related to the diesel guy, and that's the guy who steals my booze and puts diesel in my mouth. So when I wake up the day after, I missing socks, and
Sure, I'm not showing you
my breath is
this image, which
horrible.
has already been pre-marked for identification as State Exhibit 12 for ID. You recognize what I'm showing you?
Yeah, I think it's upside down, but yep, that's the opening. The window wasn't tacked on.
And who took this image?
I took that image.
And what? Does that image very accurately depict what the window, the bottom floor of the barn look like?
Yeah.
So, Your Honor, I asked
It
you
is
to
about
demonstrate
30
the
minutes too early for
to
me to
see
start
exhibit
drinking.
6.
Right, there's no objection to 16. The ID will be stricken. Right, I thought you said that was 12.
Yes, it is 12.
All right. So exhibit 12, not 16.
Your Honor, your permission to post this to the jurors?
Yes.
You guys saying those pics, it's like a Pandora's box because you guys
Also,
are
now I'm going to show you.
unsure
not
about her
opening
assets.
anything right now.
States Exhibit 14 for ID.
Yes.
You recognize this image?
Yeah, that's exactly as
Looking
it was.
at the chat, I really
um,
don't want to
and you can
Google
I
how
don't know if I'll show that,
either
but you can
her or
see
the
it's
mother looks.
propped in. There's like this opening here.
It's
So
like that
it's
train
what?
wreck
We
thing
didn't
where they're
see it
like
before. We weren't
pictures
looking,
of
but we
train
didn't see it.
wreck, and you're like,
Okay, and does that
no.
image of the window fairly accurately depict how the window looked like
Yes,
to you?
yes.
Your Honor, I asked to strike the ID on States Exhibit 14.
Right, so there's no objection to 14. The ID is stricken and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's 7 p.m. here on a Friday, so
Sure, we're looking at States Exhibit 14. Can you describe to your jurors what we're looking at?
That's the window that is in the back of the barn on the first floor. There's a little patch of land right behind it. There's a stone wall and probably 2 feet of land. And that's the window propped up, not in place, but propped up.
When did you notice that it was that way?
I'm going to say it was that weekend. I can't remember exactly the day, but it wasn't long after.
States Exhibit 12. Now, can you describe what we're looking at in States Exhibit 12?
Yeah, that's without the window in it. I had called the police and reported it, and they came back over. And I think they took whatever records they needed or made notes.
he took the entire window out.
Timeline-wise?
Yeah, that's noticeable.
First, you observed
That's not
it as-
Yeah.
subtle.
The way it was, and then I think I called the police, and they came right over. They inspected the area out and back too.
I may have missed it, but does this mother know what her daughter does for a living?
Sure, I want to ask you some questions about
Uh,
Rachel's items.
Mhm.
Everybody
Doesn't
seems
seem-
to be avoiding the
What do you know
question
those items
so
have?
far.
She had a memorabilia box, sort of her junior high kind of stuff. But she had a memorabilia box in the barn.
What
I
type
should
of
clarify.
items would you-
The OnlyFans and or the
She
whoring
had like
occupations.
school stuff. I think
You
she
know,
had
it
maybe
is
car
something
birthday
that you
cards,
have to
just a bunch of
really
things that
work around when you're
were
making that
memories for her.
Christmas family letter. Like,
Any-
daughter
anything
is
writing?
engaged in internet
She wrote
sales
stuff. She wrote poetry and poems for school back in
and
her junior high days.
negotiations.
And what was your own girl to keep those as well?
In the box.
At some point after February 9th, did you find any items that were left behind?
Left behind. I don't know what you mean.
So were there any items that you found around the house that neither Rachel nor you put them there?
Object to full question.
Overruled, go ahead.
May I have a quick-
Of course.
Oh, okay.
Just one moment, okay?
Sure.
It's not me, it's the
I had
court order.
seen, looks like a shipping label, you know, and on the front it said, "I love you, Rachel." I thought it was something maybe she had, was gonna, put on a box, or it was a Christmas package thing.
I'm
and so I
guessing
picked it
she
up
didn't
and
know
I turned
because
it
she
over and
doesn't
there was a
realize she's
note.
getting gifts.
Do you recall what the note looked like?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
She's into photography.
In about 50 minutes, we can tell you, Tweety.
So, Chair, I'm showing you, I'm going to show you two images. The first one is marked for identification as States Exhibit 10. The second one is also marked for identification as States Exhibit 11.
Yes.
So, do you
It's all
recognize
for
both of these
science,
images?
folks.
Yes.
And with those images fairly accurately represent the note that you found. Do
Yes.
you remember when you found that note?
It was after the break-in, and I don't remember the day, but I did call, I think I called John Sunderland, and I wanted to bring them the note.
Were you able to bring the note to?
Yes,
Now, is this a front and back picture?
yes.
So, Your Honor, at this time, I'm just trying to get the list of votes here.
10 and 11. All right, so the ID is stricken on both, 10 and 11?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, on both. And you can publish.
Yep, front and back pictures. Okay.
So, Trey, can you identify where you found this note?
It was on the porch. and as I
Demented
had said,
crayon
it was like a
scratchings.
situation
I
that was clean
know.
with
Can we
And,
redo this for the
saw it, and I
Letitia
just
Stout
happened
because
to
this is
Flip it over,
not
and
good.
that's when I was, really concerned.
So, can you identify what it states in that note?
Yeah, it says, "I love you, Rachel."
And you said the back part also had a writing.
Yes.
And a sideways B. That is not a heart.
11?
Writing in the back, is that a tramp stamp?
Are you able to read that from here?
I might be better off reading it from here if I can. This really scared me, but it did say, "Please forgive me for whatever I do. I'm sorry, goodbye.
Oh,
Love you, don't you ever doubt it, like ever. I don't know why I am so stupid." So I'm not reading that probably in the order, but that's what it says.
So once you found this note, what did you do with that?
I called George Sunderland right away because I was scared.
Were you able to hand them?
I went to the police station with it, yeah, and I think I tried to put it in a bag so didn't have any fingerprints or anything, but
Do you know how much longer you'll be on direct?
Probably have 4 or 5 questions on it.
Why don't we try to finish then?
But this is the beginning. We normally don't know anything about what's going on, and just having this, I would have been creeped out. But then again, now we know what comes later on.
I can definitely see where the grandmother would be terribly freaked out because maybe she doesn't know that her daughter is engaged in internet transactional behavior.
A few couple of questions. Just want to turn back into February 8th into February 9th.
okay.
Did you go into the attic that night?
Wednesday morning. And
Oh,
Can you describe what you were able to observe in the attic?
yes, walking up the stairs, I saw a pair of my daughter's fishnet stockings in a package. And then at the top of the stairs, there was
She
a
said
cup of
that very
Lula urine
naturally.
in a plastic cup. And then at the top of the stairs.
As
or
you
up
do.
on the- Once you're up on the third floor,
Your
there was some
fishnet
McDonald's
stockings.
food. And there was something, I didn't know what it was, but it was a small square with blue masking tape or painter's tape on it. I didn't know what I was looking at.
Are there any other food items that you saw?
There was some, I think, graham crackers. I know that there was hash browns, something. I know there was a meal up there.
Did you have graham crackers in your kitchen?
Yeah, and it matched to me. It matched from my box of crackers that were in my kitchen cabinet.
He stole her
At any point,
crackers.
did you, give
Case closed.
you yourself, defendant, permission to eat?
Never,
in your attic?
never, never, never.
Have a moment now.
Yes.
Which I have no further questions for you at this time. I think we might take a break now. Attorney Starnes will probably have some questions for you.
All right, folks, so we're going to take our lunch break now. Because we went a little longer than I anticipated, we'll take the lunch break till 1:30. So we'll start at 1:30. Please leave your notes behind.
Please, Barb.
Okay, any comments so far?
I feel sorry for the grandma. I think the daughter also didn't tell her until the day of the trial what was going on.
Mm. Yeah. Kid, why is this man in our attic? I have a stalker. Well, okay. Oh, he got you presents and you had sex with him. Okay. Now I understand all the filming equipment in your room and the neighbors of your old apartment complaining.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the mom. I feel sorry for the kid. I feel like he does need to be punished. I'm having an issue feeling sorry for the OnlyFans lady.
Mm. But it's really interesting watching this because normally this is the first thing you see in a trial. And I would imagine I would have been creeped out quite a bit. But knowing what comes later on, yeah. So it's weird, but at the same time very interesting.
Yes.
We are referring to Rachel's mom is the boy's grandma, so it's the same person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah, but let's continue and see where we go from here.
While you're getting out your notebooks, I'll ask Attorney Starbranch to begin his cross-examination.
Thank you.
Did you know your daughter was a
How do you think she kept getting a fireplace? Like,
Hello, Victoria is fine.
Over here. Have you done that?
No,
Okay.
nice to meet you.
I'll ask you a couple questions that way. And I would first tell you, this is something that if you say yes or no, I said,
while you're up there, can you
Sure.
clean it
Yes.
out?
I want to direct your attention to the evening of February 8th, 2022.
Mhm.
That was yes?
Yes,
Sorry, I'm really not going to do this. That evening, what time would you say you were there?
normal for me is probably 9 or 10.
Do you have a specific recollection when you actually went to bed that evening?
No,
Had you gone to bed already when somebody came with a truck to see your daughter?
I don't know anything about that.
Did you know that a truck came live with race related? Is it vision?
I heard about that after the fact.
I don't know how to answer that. But I'm asking,
Did I
you
hear
know
it?
that at the time?
No,
Okay. Now, as I understand it, you were actually woke up a little before Rachel came in to talk to you, is that right?
yes,
And you heard some footsteps?
I heard something.
I gather at some point you probably might have heard.
Yeah, probably hoping.
Well, yeah,
I do have some in my attic on top of my bedroom.
well, that would make sense to you forgot that.
Yeah.
And at some point, Rachel came in.
He's lucky he
and
didn't
she-
get
and she said
rabies
she
if
was
there's
looking, like,
raccoons in
at
the
that person.
attic.
Yeah, she sent me a text saying she thought she saw somebody in the doorway, and then she came in.
And when she came in, she actually said to you, I think I heard something.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, yeah.
That's what she said.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's what she said.
Did she tell you she knew what?
No,
Did she tell you that she received a text, that she was texting somebody who she knew was upstairs?
no,
Did you know she was texting?
no.
Um, You indicated to me, I'm sorry, you indicated in the examination that Rachel was the one who called the police,
Yes.
and you were actually right there next to when she did that time.
Yeah, we were in her room.
And in fact, have you been able to listen to the 911 calls and look at that for you?
Recently.
And you'll agree with me that Rachel doesn't sound like she.
Her hair is giving me really big Elvira
That's her
vibes.
way that she talks, more or less.
I understand. Understanding that, you'll agree with me that the 911 tape, she doesn't really sound scary, right?
I don't agree with you.
If I play that for you, that.
If you want to play it, go ahead.
There being no objection, go right ahead.
What are they playing now? What's the objection or the issue?
It might be helpful as well if the microphone can be put in front of the laptop to be able to hear it.
Oh, for the love of Cheetos.
They're impeaching her with a recording of some sort. What's this recording?
It might be the 911 call. I think. That as well. I just went straight Elvira. Or Snooky.
See if I can direct it.
I think I can like hear someone in my house and I swear I saw someone and I'm really scared to go check. 34 Highland Street. You're in? Rachel Nunez. 34 Highland Street? Yeah. Yeah. It's a big white house on the top of the hill. You think you saw somebody in there? I mean, I couldn't imagine it was working, but I swear I could tell someone that I can like hear something up like in my line in the attic. You can hear something up in the attic? Yeah. And we're going to put it in 5. Okay. I think a call from lady 34 Highland Street. They hear something in their house. They're not sure. It could be something in the attic. Request the police to come check it out. It could be, something was walking around, like, I don't know, there's this person that, like, also sometimes looks sweet, sort of, I'm scared of that. You got somebody else in with you at the house now? It's just me, my mom, and then my son, and everybody. And I'll just head up right now, don't you know, I'll be on both sides. Okay. Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
That, the memories will not be something.
I think you're going to have to wait and talk to her yourself. As far as that's her demeanor, she doesn't scream and carry on. She would just be calmly talking because she just talks that way.
You agree with me that she didn't tell the dispatcher she knew who was up there?
I didn't hear that part, but she didn't. I thought she said something about a stalker.
No, she said she was sure, well, she's on the call.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Overruled. You can refresh her memory as to what it was on the tape.
We play him, actually, go ahead.
Do you have that discrete portion?
Thank you. The whole thing, I'm not sure.
You'll need to bring it to the microphone so we can hear it as well.
We are playing a laptop into a microphone. Even I'm not that terrible, which is saying something.
Highland Street. Rachel Nunez. Yeah. Yeah. It's just I don't think my child's on top of the hill. You think you saw somebody there? I mean, I can imagine this sort of thing, but I swear I think I saw someone that I can like hear something that's like in my line. In the attic. You hear something on the attic? Yeah. I think it's off of 34 Highland Street. They hear something in their house. They're not sure. It could be something in the attic. Request police come and check it out. Something was walking around, like, I've noticed this person, like, also sometimes looks really sort of sensitive with that. Yeah, somebody else doing your nails now? It's just me, my mom, and my son, and everybody.
I could hear it better this time.
Okay. And you agree, she didn't say to the dispatcher that she knew who it was.
I think she wasn't sure. If you're asking me,
Let her answer the question first.
well, right, thank you. She wasn't sure, it sounds like to me. She sounded scared. She had said to me that she saw somebody in the doorway. And I was thinking raccoon, because wouldn't that be nice? But I don't, she said on there at the end, there was a guy stalking me.
Wasn't that you saying?
That was her. I said raccoon. I think I could hear myself say raccoon.
So my question is, did she say who it was?
No.
And let me ask you this, before that evening, had you heard the name of the police?
Yes.
You did? What did she tell you about police?
It was 3 or 4 weeks prior, and she said this guy was bothering her, and he wouldn't stop. And I told her she should call the police.
She didn't do that, did she?
I don't know. She didn't say anything more to me about it. I work full-time, and I come home, and I'm dealing with a little boy and her, and I may have asked her about it, but when that all happened, and she said stalker, it was like, oh,
Why
God,
is
here
she
we go.
dealing with the little boy when it's her daughter's son?
So, you were aware that she had a relationship?
Yeah, that was. I need to play that again.
Full-time, and I come home, and I'm dealing with a little boy and her, and I may have
I'm dealing with a little boy and her.
Ah, so she's a teen. She's in Arrested Development. That's special. The
Yeah.
Dana Carvey church lady voice is like, isn't that special? You can't even take care of yourself.
Yeah. Dealing with both her, with a little boy and her. Yeah,
The most
that
honest.
indicates to me that maybe the daughter more or less were forced home. Because that's a weird answer,
My guess
knowing
is
everything we know later on.
she blew all her money, no pun intended, and couldn't pay rent. Not the walls were too thin.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have zero sympathy for OnlyFans chick right now. So
asked her about it, but when that all happened, and she said stalker, it was like, oh, God, here we go.
So, you were aware that she had a relationship with Mauricio?
No,
Did she tell you she had sex with Mauricio?
not prior to this, no.
That's all I'm asking, I'm asking you.
At the time, did I know? No, I did not.
And did she tell you at some point that she had sexual penetration with Mauricio the night of this event?
No,
Did you know that?
no,
You agree that Rachel didn't tell you everything, correct?
no.
You want to hear that? You want to hear that? You agree that Rachel doesn't tell you everything?
Does everybody tell everybody everything? No, I did not know that.
The question I have is, does Rachel tell you?
No,
Everything?
no, my daughter didn't tell me she was
In 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
a person.
You have a fireplace and a TV set. That was a while ago, correct?
They were delivered to my house.
And did she tell you who those were from?
His name's right on the label, and I was very upset about it because you don't know who you're dealing with on the internet, and it's not a safe thing to do.
Did you know she was on OnlyFans?
Yes,
Oh, I guess she did know that she was.
Thank you, nothing further.
Right, redirect.
Yes, sir, just briefly.
I'm just waiting for 30 minutes because I have Joe Pesci from my cousin Vinny. Your Honor. It's clear to me that she was.
Just a few questions for you, just for clarification purposes. So I know you were testifying about some of the information that you knew that night.
right.
You did mention that you learned some information after the fact. Who did you learn that from?
Rachel,
Now, that audio that we just heard from the 911 call, where were you when that call was made?
in the room with her.
So first, say that you were both together while the call was being made.
Yes,
Were you able to tell in that close vicinity if there was anyone else right there at that time?
we heard something, but it's not like I knew exactly what was happening at that point. I had said, I think raccoon, because, I was looking for a simple answer. But when she was talking and she said, oh, the stalker guy, that concerned me because she had mentioned him before and was upset about it.
Now, were you able to also hear during that audio call, Rachel mentioning her being scared?
Yes,
What was she scared of?
Hold on, sustained.
What wasn't she able to do
Kidding.
because she was scared?
I muted myself.
what wasn't she
I
able
know
to do
exactly what
because she
rumor
was
is.
scared?
Correct.
I don't understand the question.
So, did you listen to the audio statement that we just played?
Yeah,
Drew, listen to the officer asking if Rachel was able to go check the attic?
oh, I didn't know.
So just to make sure, at any point while you're with her,
Yeah.
did you two leave each other?
No, we were protecting each other and protecting my grandson.
Now, Richard, I just want to ask you just a few questions about some of the conversations that you have with Rachel.
Mhm.
So you did know that she had an OnlyFans.
Yeah, I do know that, and it's not a crime as far as I know. Yes,
So does Rachel tell
Just
you
a crime
who she has
against
sex with?
nature.
no,
So it's fair to say that there are things that she doesn't tell you.
yes, it's very fair to say that.
Everything on your own?
Yes.
Are you aware of your daughter's grape and stalker fantasies?
Again, I just make my
So,
day,
Richard, I
please.
didn't
It's
know you did know that
I need those
she
text messages.
had OnlyFans.
Mhm.
Was who she was having sex with something you wanted to know?
Objection, Robert.
Go ahead.
God, no.
I don't know.
Would you want to know your kid's sex life or?
Take it for it.
Any further cross?
I only move in the recording. Wednesday.
Do you want to approach?
No, so you're not objecting that it wasn't hard to make it be hard.
You
This
wanted in as a
woman
full
could have
exhibit?
turned into
Right,
one of those
defense A is a full
creepy
exhibit.
moms real quick, depending on how much
Oh,
she
I'm
knew.
sorry.
So
Okay.
then you may step down. and-
I have no doubt she helped pick out outfits. She seems like the type of mom that was like, "Oh, you look great in this, honey, for your photo spread."
I was thinking Honey Boo Boo's mom.
Or just spread.
Yeah, it's a life choice.
I won't bring that up, Dennis, but
She had suspicions.
Good afternoon. If you could come up to the witness stand,
Thank you, Robert.
and when you step into the back, if you could remain standing. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated.
The COVID 30 hit him hard too. I totally understand.
State your full name and spell your last name.
John William Sunderland, Sunderland.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm the captain of the Investigations Division for the Somersworth Police Department.
And how long have you been the captain of the summer police department?
About a year.
And prior to that,
I was a detective sergeant.
And how long have you been in law?
Get out the chewing gum, sir.
Since about 1997, minus 1 year.
So I want to direct your attention to Wednesday, February 9th, 2022. Were you on shift that day?
I was.
Were you working in your capacity as a detective sergeant?
I was not. I was filling a vacancy as a shift supervisor due to staffing issues.
And so when you came in that morning, because what were you expecting to do that day?
Work patrol shift. I was expecting to supervise day shift of the Somersworth Police Department.
Like out on the road?
Yes, in uniform, out on the road.
And when you came in to work your shift, I guess, did that ultimately happen?
Not really.
And why is that?
When I arrived for shift, I met with the off-going shift supervisor to kind of debrief and see if there were any issues that were going to carry over into day shift. That led into her briefing me on this situation.
And who's that?
That would be Sergeant Nicole Lefebvre.
And so you're briefed by Officer Lefebvre, or Sergeant Lefebvre, excuse me. And you the two of you kind of like work out any sort of plan or follow-up about the burglary that happened the night before.
Objection. Any question?
Yes.
Sorry, Captain, did you make any sort of plan in reference of the alleged burglary that happened the night before?
Yes, based off what she told me, I suggested following up with Mauricio to see if he would consent to a download of his cell phone, given what she explained to me as the circumstances.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, she had referenced text messaging conversation. She had referenced OnlyFans content, and somehow they were intertwined. It appeared that Mauricio had been talking to Rachel at some point. And given the fact that there were communications, I believe that they'd be relevant to the investigation.
And did he give any sort of story or account of why he was there the night before to Lefebvre?
He probably did, but I don't know the details of that.
Okay. Let me ask you this, as part of going through his phone, potentially to get information that either confirms or dispels, I guess his account of what happened.
Yes.
So do you ultimately get his permission to search through his phone?
Yes, he grants consent.
Can you tell us briefly how he searched the phone?
So in this case, I connected his phone to the Cellbrite, which is a mobile forensic suite that we have at the police
This
department.
sounds
and
like,
we obtained a download of his phone. Actually, we obtained several downloads of his phone, different. The downloads vary in degree of the information it gathers. In this case, we ended up with a logical, which is the base model, if you will, and a file system download, which is a little more aggressive. It gets a little more information, but certainly not all the information.
Yeah, I have no interest in it.
So you were able to get that download with his phone. It doesn't necessarily have,
Some pictures
I
involved.
should clarify, it doesn't necessarily have all the information, or
That's correct. Those two downloads do not get all the information in the phone.
More talky.
I was unable to get a physical extraction, which at the time, or excuse me, I was unable at the time to get a physical extraction based off either my computer or the type of phone it was. It was not an option to me then. So
There are some pictures
are you able to
after
download
the
that things
pause.
like text messages,
So let's
Yes.
just skip
phone
to
calls,
after the
yes.
pause.
pictures?
yes,
And, downloading the phone,
Jesus Christ. Because everything up to that seems to be foundational, so I skipped that part.
Attorney Garad, when you're ready.
Oh. Now it's
or
wrong.
admitting notices, looking at these off, but
Oh.
I don't think we talked about pictures.
not yet.
All right, this is 39 to these. I think I might have moved it in maybe by the number, but do you have any objections?
Now is going to see actual pictures.
So can you just tell me what those are?
These are a stack of photographs of Rachel at different points in her life from modeling. These were found in the center console of Mauricio's truck.
What about
I
that?
think modeling has a
It is.
loose definition these days.
Photograph of her in a pregnant state.
And her in a
Are these
pregnant
pictures any of
state?
them, like, nude photographs or anything like that?
Which state exactly is pregnant?
In addition
It's
to all
not
these
like
items,
almost
you also
pregnant,
looked at
then
keys.
pregnant, then not pregnant.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's talk for a minute about the keys. What anything do you note about them?
So when I looked at the keys to the truck, there were, I think, 4 house-style keys, if you will. And one looked very similar to the key from
He's
Rachel's
gonna
house.
need
It was
to
attached to her
examine
key ring
this
that I took photographs
thoroughly.
of when I was in the house earlier.
Did you ask the defendant about this?
Can I
Yeah.
keep these over the next break?
I thumbed through each key with him, and he said one key belonged to his house, one key belonged to his room, one key belonged to his Airbnb, and one key belonged to a locket.
Like a necklace locket.
I mentioned that. I asked him, I think my simple question was a locket, and he said it's a big locket.
When you say house stuff, you're talking about like standard key. Probably.
Yes, a standard house.
Did you do anything with,
Maurizio,
that key?
come up with a better
I gave
lie.
the keys to Officer Seawards and directed Officer Seawards to go to the house and help Sergeant McKnight process the
Officer
house while Officer
Seawards?
Brill rode with me and Mauricio back to the station.
What
And did
was
you,
the officer's name? I need to hear this again.
did you do anything with that key?
I gave the keys to Officer Seawards and directed Officer Seawards to go to the house and help Sergeant McKnight process the house while Officer Brill rode with me and Mauricio back to the station.
That's an unfortunate name.
Without getting into what Officer Seward did with that key, did you ultimately have Officer Barrel follow up?
Damn it, David, you're supposed to be our adult.
I did. I had Officer Brill.
Talking about Officer Seward.
And what's, I guess, what was the topic of that? Topic of that further interview supposed to be?
Regarding the key and regarding inconsistencies that at the time indicated he had been in the house as early as mine.
So did that sort of end your interaction with the defendant that day?
Yes, I think it did.
Was part of ending your interaction, like the booking process?
No, he was booked by other officers.
Or are you familiar with having looked at that booking information with his date of birth?
Yes,
And what is it?
3/7 of 2001.
So in early 2022, he would be.
He was 20 years old.
Okay, so he was 20 years old when this happened.
So in the days
What?
following the night, were you alerted to anything from NCIC regarding the defendant?
Yes, so later I became aware that Mauricio had been entered into the NCIC, which is the National Criminal Information Center.
Yes.
He looks like he has no desire to be here at all.
Moving on, did you endeavor to do any interviews with any potential witnesses?
Yes.
And who?
Well, I attended the forensic for Rachel. I interviewed Victoria Bork, Rachel's mother, and I interviewed, I think it's Casey,
And who's Casey?
to be a friend of Rachel's.
Going first
Yep.
to the interview of Victoria, and without getting into necessarily what was said, what was Victoria's demeanor like during that interview?
She was very upset. She had paused several times because of how emotional she was.
And so did she talk to you about having reached out to the Summersworth Police Department to report a missing key?
She did.
Based on that information, what did you do?
I went back and looked at the historical records of Summersworth Police and found that on Monday, February 6th in the evening time, an officer was actually dispatched to the home to unlock Rachel's car since they couldn't find the house.
So you actually got records of that? The police department.
Yes,
And does the police department typically keep records when they get calls out to dispatch like that?
yes,
Are they entered in the database simultaneously when they're taking these reports?
yes.
This is, is this that dispatch report?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me what time and day that police were dispatched for the report of keys potentially being locked in the car?
Oh, it's Monday, February 7th at 2011, which is 8:11 in the evening.
Thank you. I have this, the entrance full exhibit, I did not mark it yet.
Any objection? All right, it'll be a full exhibit. Next number.
You mentioned a forensic interview of Rachel that we talked a little bit about. Did you bring anything with you to that forensic interview?
I did. I brought several photographs.
And what was your purpose of doing so?
So they were photographs that I noted as either evidentiary or I questioned what they were. And they all came from my analysis of the phone over the next couple of days.
Did you attempt to get other, I guess, records relevant to the rest of the investigation?
Yes, I did search warrants for a bunch of different places.
What about Google records?
I did do a search warrant for Google
And what was the purpose of that?
to see if there were any information contained in the records of Google that weren't contained on the the phone extraction.
And was there anything relevant to your investigation from Google?
There was a search about, there was a search late at night on the 9th in the morning when he was in the home.
Late night morning?
In the morning of the 9th. Sorry. I don't recall the exact search.
Okay. But seeing, I'm sorry, when you're reviewing this information that comes back from Google, are you documenting it in a report?
Yes.
And is the purpose of that report to help remember these small details?
Yes.
And seeing a copy of that report helps you remember.
Yes.
Certainly,
It certainly would.
75.
My ginger cat.
The search terms were, can drunk tell you something if you convince them? Now, my report indicates the search was on.
Yes, you want to come forward?
My search indicates, yeah, objection.
Listen, Your Honor, my Google search cannot be used against me. Drunk and 3 a.m. me have no control.
But what time was that search performed from the Google record?
So my report indicates the search was at 7:12 in the morning. However, that's because the records from Google are in the universal time code, which has to be calculated based on where you are. That would make that search, given this time of year, at 2:12 in the morning on February 9th.
You Americans and your times, yeah.
Well, I think time should be the same everywhere because it's really confusing now that I'm on YouTube.
Yes, I agree.
At least military time. What time is it?
T-Mobile records.
1948. Yeah.
The phone downloads were, the phone downloads provided a lot of location information. It was actually so much that my system just couldn't process it. So I asked for records from T-Mobile, one, to verify communication.
You could have helped
from
off with the
phone,
C
two,
word.
to get the actual phone GPS data from T-Mobile.
And did you do anything with that phone GPS data?
I did. I sent all the GPS data to Nespin.
What is Nest?
Nespin is, I can't tell you what the acronym stands for at the moment, but it's a group that helps law enforcement agencies with investigations.
And what was your purpose in sending that information to them?
So that they can compute the data and make the location information more readable, more friendly.
Let's go up to actual pictures here.
So that was 3:28 in the morning.
ITP, I have the ITP struck from 29 as well.
Did he have to sign
There's no objection,
something?
ID will be stricken.
Okay, so this is the phone. Number is escaping me now, but is this a copy of that phone?
Yes,
Okay, so that's just a photograph, literally a photograph of a written phone.
yes.
That was not his phone.
The American education system has let many people down.
This is the.
Oh, lockpicking tool.
What is the?
That's a photograph of the tension of
Is that Walmart? Yep.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
It took me a while before I learned that, okay, AM means before noon and PM is afternoon. But, yeah.
We're just confusing. We're a confusing bunch over here.
Yeah, and don't get me started on how to measure things like 3 feet and a cup of coffee later, and the meteor was the size of 40 camels, and
Do you know what the still image of?
the small rock was the
That's a still image
size of the
of
small rock.
the window
I mean,
that's recorded on January 20th. That window's actually in the back barn area of Victoria Burke and Rachel Nunez's house.
Okay, sir, you're going to have to redo the window.
Alright, just trying to find it.
The number again, please?
Sorry, 19. So it has the ID be struck after it's a full, I ended up having to mark it, so I guess I'd ask that that happen before it's full.
His offer was full, just not that.
No objection? All right,
Just gonna
so
have to mark the top.
True, Mads.
Right.
We do make exception.
So if you could just mark with the Sharpie, has the date of January 20th, 2022, if you just mark the time.
I don't know the time. My report would help.
Only the important things.
Only the important thing, yes. The metric system is really, really hard. You have to be able to count to 10.
I
That's it.
graduated before No Child Left Behind. I cannot do that.
Okay.
Okay, but how many pints
So that was
are in a
251.
deciliter?
Good question. I have no idea. Why he's signing things? Do they generally have to sign things when they get them?
All right, I'm gonna play this.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
know. That's a weird court procedure.
New Hampshire's all kind of weird.
Those were not the pictures I hoped for.
We were lied to. We were told OnlyFans. They gave us window pictures. Oh, is this his?
Let's do that one more time since it's skipped everything.
What?
Is this a picture of him? Don't film yourself doing the crime. Dang it, Katie Lang. What the hell?
Yeah, that's not a smart kid.
Well,
So that's the video you're referencing, the photo in the window.
Yes.
Now we talked about Snapchat messages. Were you also able to review text messages sent between the defendant and Rachel?
Yes.
And was there more than one text thread?
There were.
Same number?
No, two different phone numbers
Two different phone numbers for who?
for Rachel.
Were there any other platforms that they were messaging on?
There were.
Can you just name some of those that you recall?
I remember they were messaging on Snapchat. He was messaging somebody on Instagram, but I don't remember if it was Rachel. I don't remember if they were using Facebook.
Well, I guess conversations of significance, where would have those been located to?
So the messages on the phone, both phone numbers. He was using a multitude of different platforms to text Rachel or to message Rachel. He was using Instagram to message Casey. And those are the only ones I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, did you review the conversations that they had, specifically directing the attention to January 19th and 20th?
Yes.
Did you see anywhere in any of those messages any indication that the defendant told Rachel that he was here?
Hey,
No, he never
Valhalla!
told her he was here.
hello.
And directing your analysis of the phone up through February 7th, was there any media that you were able to look at this phone that had dates of February 7th?
Don't remember.
We had seen a copy of the metadata copy of it?
Yes.
Oh, wait, is it? Right there. Thank you.
He stole his wife's readers.
Oh, on February 7th, there were photographs in the phone of him taking pictures of a router.
Do you know if he was wearing anything in that photograph? I know it's just a hand, but.
So it's a left hand with a bracelet that appeared to be the same bracelet that Mauricio was wearing at the time he was arrested, the time he was booked, the time I interviewed him.
Photograph states 26 for identification.
Hey, Fedoretsky is here too.
hand with the bracelet with the modem that you were describing.
Good to see you.
It is.
Can you tell me what time that picture was taken?
This was taken at 8:50 in the morning, 8:50 a.m.
Right on there somewhere, the time and date.
This signing thing is, I have no idea what they're signing.
Oh, because I thought maybe you lawyers would know, because I have.
No,
I've
I
never
mean,
seen
what
it.
I'm thinking is it could be an affidavit verifying, like a certificate of,
States 26, I'd ask that that be entered as a full.
of
Any
like a
objection? So the
custodial
ID
or
stricken on 26?
something
Any
like
significance
that,
to the
like
numbers in the bottom
a
of the
swearing
logo
to
for
it.
records,
It's
you know?
weird.
I don't know why he was taking pictures of that.
I trust him less with the glasses on.
It could be a chain of custody thing.
You're
Since
also looking at his phone.
the only thing I could think of is they're verifying the authenticity of the record, and essentially it's like a sworn statement
As it pertains
that
to
it
wires.
is what it is.
Yes.
Can you tell me how if that
I
works
just
in a phone
normally
download,
it's
how
done
you're able
ahead
to
of
tell
time.
if somebody is
It's
using
not
wireless?
done during the
So
time.
that's the grade 2 download. That's the download to give you
New
more
Hampshire seems
information.
to be kind of odd in their court
The copy
dealings.
itself, if you will.
Looking
it
ahead, I
will tell
only
you
see
what devices
foundational
and what
stuff,
networks
so maybe we
connect
should go
or
directly
that the
to the
device
next
connects
day,
to.
because I don't
And
see
were you able to
anything
get
else than
information
him
from
looking at
networks
papers
that
and
were-
signing
what
stuff
networks
here.
was connected to?
I did.
Like, I had a client
What network they connected to over there.
Are you able to remember the
the
exact
other day in
time?
court
No,
that didn't have his stuff
Okay, write that
notarized,
down in your report.
Yes.
so we had him swear to it under oath,
Mm-hmm.
and it could be something similar to that. But normally you do all that ahead of time.
Yeah. They just do everything ahead of time and then bringing up, and the defense and the prosecutor, is this the things you collected? Yes, it was.
Yeah. And I don't
Done.
feel like I'm out of line saying that's weird. I see MG Law in the chat. He's an attorney as well. I've never seen it done unless it's like a mistake. But they seem to be doing it with every document. So it seems to be a procedure they have.
Yeah, because he looks at something and then he has a separate paper to sign that he looked at it or verified it of sorts. But I think the rest of the day is the same of everything. So let's go to day 2 instead and see what is going on.
Although she felt that she could still be impartial, she was, I would say. So, the issue just a moment ago in Chambers, personal this morning, having some personal family experience with the issues that have been developing in this case. She quite frankly apologized just a moment ago in Chambers for not bringing it up on Monday, but she didn't really understand that those were the issues involved in the case. And I can understand that the way the case is charged. So anyway, she was very apologetic, as was I, and she perfectly understood. It's an issue that is very recent in her family and did tend to evoke some emotions on her part. Although she
Okay,
felt
you
that
remember
she could still be impartial, she was
did not understand that
I would
this
say was
was
uncertain.
a stalker trial. She only
So
heard
she has been
this is
excused.
burglary
All right, and that was at
and
the
stuff like
the
that.
defense did ask for excusal as well. All right,
Well,
so
at least she was honest about it.
Yeah.
the jury. And as the jury's coming in, I can say as well, I did ask her not to say anything to the other jurors. She said, she assured me she has not, and they haven't seen each other.
Rise.
$1.25. We are almost at 2 hours.
Good morning, Captain Sunderland. You can resume the witness stand, and as the witness is coming back to the witness stand this morning, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, you will notice that juror number 8 is she has been excused from further service. No need to speculate as to why. It was a decision that I made after consulting with her.
What was the reason? Because I see Broken Baker, and I don't think that's right. She has something living in the attic.
The reason was that the juror due to the charges, didn't know that the trial was taking this turn with a lot of stalking and stuff. And apparently the juror have had some of that in her family quite recently. So that was why the juror brought it up to the judge, and the judge agreed that yes, you should be excused, because she didn't believe she could be impartial.
So let's just frame this, if we might. This is advertised by Law and C-Word as a stalking case. The charges don't involve stalking whatsoever. Yet the juror, who apparently had a stalking background in her family or whatever just recently, has now been excused because her stalking background might influence this case, although it has nothing to do with stalking except the name that Ellen Seward has applied to it.
Either Law and Seward or the way the prosecution has, because the prosecution has lined everything up as if there were stalking charges, but there are no stalking charges.
Yeah, there are none. That's what I was confused originally with this case. There is no stalking. There's B&E and there's trespassing, criminal trespassing. That's it.
And unwanted photography, or whatever you call that.
Okay.
Illegal recording, invasion of privacy, but
stalking is a
none of
very
that.
specific charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird.
It sounds like the judge threw out speculation here. That the judge threw out the stalking charges just before the trial started. And that's why the prosecution didn't have time to adjust to just the charges that was brought forward. So they are still prosecuting it as if it was.
That could very well be. You're right.
That makes sense.
And why it was even titled the stalking case.
But that's pure speculation, but it sounds probable.
Well, I'd rather use reason and deduction than guessing, and that sounds reasonable and a very well deduced assessment.
Yeah, but let's see where we go from here. We are into day 2.
He's in the case. All right, so Captain Sunderland, just to remind you that you are under oath, and I believe we're on cross-examination at this point.
No, I'm still on track.
Oh, you were still under oath. Well,
Captain Sunderland, before we get into the messages, a couple things I wanted to go over with you. First is this. It's states 44.
This is the Supreme pry bar that was taken out of Mauricio's truck. It was on the passenger side floor.
Anything unique?
That looks fake. Well, actually, that looks like a crowbar the defendant would buy.
I have the
Yeah, it looks like.
right, no objection to 44. It's a full exhibit.
Yeah.
Another item I wanted to ask you about.
They have advertised it beforehand as a stalker trial.
Yes.
But if it was thrown out just before the trial started, they don't change their advertising
Approximately the
from
length
Law
of
and
that.
C-Word.
5.5 to 7 hours, depending on traffic.
So next I want to ask you about some of the messages that you located in the defendant's phone.
I don't have my red stapler here. It's at my office.
How would you describe the extent of the messages?
Swing Line has a sweet stapler.
So rather than get into those thousands, I'm going to narrow it down to Paisley and Cops his arrest. Can you tell me what this is States 46?
So States 46 is going to be the text messages from Mauricio's phone number to Rachel's phone number.
And then States 47.
States 47 is text messages from Mauricio's Hotmail, which I think was coming from his phone, to the phone number of 620-244-8567.
During your investigation, did you identify who that number belonged to?
That was Rachel's.
And do you know what platform she was using?
And now we all know it.
But these are the messages between the two anyway, on those two different platforms.
Yes.
Can I strike ID from 46 and 47 and enter them as full?
No objection? All right, there being no objection, there'll be full exhibits.
Paper full of text messages. Are we getting it now?
Sometime.
Oh my gosh, I'm here for it. Make my Friday.
Show it on the screen. Don't.
Can you first just tell me States 47 where, what date those messages start?
These messages start on February 8th, 2022 at 11:43 in the morning.
steps. Let me see.
Oh, mood lighting.
So starting on page 1, you want to just start going through.
The first message is from Rachel's phone number, and it's to Mauricio saying, hey. The next message is again from her saying, call me. The next message, right now. Mauricio responds, no, leave me alone. Rachel replies, no, it's fucking important. Mauricio replies, what? What now? Rachel responds, call me now, please. Mauricio replies, no. His next message is, leave me alone. Rachel says, dude, what the fuck? Mauricio says, I'm done with you. Rachel says, I have to tell you something serious. Mauricio says, what? Just tell me here. Rachel says, no, FaceTime me. Mauricio says, I'm at work and can't talk much. Rachel
This
says,
is
no,
when he is
FaceTime
actually
me.
there then.
Mauricio says, leave me TF alone. Rachel says, I promise I won't ask again. Mauricio says, no, stop. Rachel says, fine. Rachel says, bye then.
Is she
Mauricio
charged
says,
with
I'm trying
stalking?
to get over you. And bye. Rachel says, I just want to see your face. Mauricio says, ha, LOL. Rachel says, I know you're here. Mauricio says, look at my Insta then, or my old pics I sent you. Then he says, what? And then his next message is, TF, are you talking about? Rachel says, you're here. Again, Mauricio replies, what? Rachel says, in New Hampshire. Mauricio says, I'm not. Rachel says, yes, you are. Mauricio says, I'm at work. RM, didn't I tell you? Rachel says, I hope you are. Mauricio says, I am. Rachel says, come
Dr.
over.
Lewis thinks that he has an alt.
Mauricio says, TF. And his next message is no. Again, Rachel says, come over. Her next message is, okay, bye. Mauricio says, I'm not driving 5 hours. His next message is, and then when I get there, you'll say, oh no, I can't come out. Rachel says, just FaceTime me quick, you poopy head. Mauricio says, same BS every time.
Mauricio, go
Next
with
message
this.
is no, and the next message is, I don't want to see you. Rachel says, okay. Mauricio says, plus, what were you calling me poopy head? Didn't you hate me or something? Bye, Felicia. And his next message is, stop playing with me. He next
Bye,
responds with,
Felicia.
listen, I'm sorry I'm acting like this, but it's for our own good. Rachel says, I mean, you text me first. Rachel says,
No,
but
she
okay,
didn't.
okay.
No,
She texted.
Mauricio says, but who texted me last week? His next message is,
I hate all
Paul,
womankind now.
that was last week. I haven't since, is what Rachel responds with. Mauricio says, but who said I love you on FaceTime last week? Rachel's reply is FaceTime me. Mauricio says, no. He goes on to say, if you want to see my face, then look at my old pics I sent you. Then he sends a pic. His next message is, here's a pic from 2 hours ago.
Oh, that's maybe
He
not.
follows
the
that up
picture.
with when I was taking a shower. Rachel says, I don't want a pic. Mauricio says, IDC. Rachel says, okay, goodbye then forever. Mauricio says, ha, LOL. His next message is bye. Rachel's next message is, I was just making sure you didn't break into my house or something because my door looked weird. Rachel's next message is, I want nothing to do with you. Mauricio responds, then stop texting me then. His next message is, and listen, I got business to take care of and I don't have time to drive up there for a girl who doesn't like me anymore. His next message is, and hates me.
Sounding a bit like a Chad in the
Rachel's
messages.
response is, dude, you fucking said you were going to show up last week, but the snow stopped you. Her next message, you said you were going to just walk around my fucking neighborhood. Her next message was, like you scare me. Mauricio responds, I only said that BC, you were like, oh my God, like, excuse me. I only said that BC, you were like, oh my God, you like me anymore, and you're not obsessed with me anymore. And I only said it to please you. Mauricio's next message is goodbye, Rachel, and good luck in life. And his final message is, Rachel, I'm sorry for being an asshole, for being pushy, and everything else. I think I did or said to you, I truly am, and I just want to leave things off in peace between us. I don't want us to hate each other. I'm just asking for your forgiveness.
All of these messages, fair to say they occur between just before noon and 1:45.
Wasn't the first message from her in this line of, and then a bit of gaslighting? You texted me. I'm getting manipulated.
Yeah, it's very much she's a manipulator. Although I will say, no matter how much she manipulates him, it doesn't condone the living in the attic sort of thing. And
no, absolutely
No.
not. Absolutely
but
not.
there's definitely he has indications that this is more than just a negotiable transaction. And the text messages would seem to indicate that he was appropriate in making that assumption. But she kept manipulating him. Come over, blow me off, come over, blow me off. He kind of had the right idea there where he's like, no, it's not good for us. I'm not going to do it. But he should have taken his own sort of
Advice.
Yeah. And maybe moved out of the attic.
As you know, one day we'll move out of the attic.
Yeah. But at the same, just by these messages, I don't know previous or after, but by these messages, she's always trying to get him to FaceTime. She's not saying things out loud in text. She always wants to FaceTime. That's planning. That's calculating.
Yeah, never in writing. You're right. She knows that. He doesn't.
Yeah.
Although, if you're going to say some things in writing, maybe keep it all in writing so you have something to back it up.
Yeah.
We need you to work on that contract, David.
Yeah, actually, no. So it was a really cool app that I had in development. It was a social contract app that was going to be fully integrated with all social media. And basically, it was going to be a consent agreement before you could post pictures or communicate with each other and things like that. It was going to be awesome. And then we lost all of our funding. And now we are where we are.
Now you're on the YouTube.
I'm on YouTube, yeah.
We do have in Sweden a kind of social contract between two parties. It's very common in the, what you call it, BDSM scene.
Contract.
Yeah.
Well,
our first target was Ashley Madison, and then we were going to expand because, we had the idea actually from a revenge porn case, a big revenge porn case. And so we're like, okay, so we should be able to craft something that could address that. And then we were going to target Ashley Madison. And then we had, we're going to do the, with the celebrities or, football players and things like that. So we had some Detroit Lions lined up to help with the social media stuff, but then just even in general. And it sounded promising, but it was too many, wrenches in the air.
Oh. Okay.
I wouldn't have, if I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't have shown these texts.
Yeah, but if they hadn't, the defense would. So they are trying to get in front of everything. Yeah, this is, easier to manipulate on FaceTime. But on the 8th of February, wasn't he already there?
I can't remember.
But then again, when you go back to his claim that this was a stalker game, it's sounding more and more probable. But without the actual evidence, he has
I
nothing
feel
to
like
hang that coat on.
if he had called his lawyer right away and not said anything to the cops, he would have beat any charges. Or
Yeah. Mm. Yeah, but let's move on so we get
On
a
8th.
bit.
Yes, the first message is 11:43 in the morning. The last message is on 2/8/22 at 1:43 in the afternoon.
And the defendant is
So
saying,
it's 3 hours of
using
text.
to confirm that he's in New Hampshire.
No objection.
Sustained. It's leading.
Does the defendant, or does Mauricio acknowledge New Hampshire during the messages?
No,
And what is significant to you about that time frame that these messages were sent in?
Mauricio is clearly in New Hampshire. I believe, in fact, he was in Summersworth during those times.
And how long have you been?
Yes.
Yeah, we're moving on fast here.
New Hampshire that entire time? Why did the defendant tell you he'd been in New Hampshire that entire time frame?
Yes,
Allegedly.
yes.
And were you able to find data in his phone that
Oh.
confirmed that he had been in New Hampshire during that?
Welcome, Mrs. K. Griff. We are doing an experiment here. We are watching the trial in reverse. So 2 days ago, we started with a conviction and the closing arguments. Yesterday, we continued with the defense case in chief, which was defendant testifying. And today, we are walking through the prosecution's case, just to see how will we react knowing the result to the evidence that the prosecution moves forward. And it's
it's very interesting.
Yeah.
Watching it this way, I like it a lot.
when is his sentencing?
I don't know when sentencing is, but I've seen somewhere it's sometime in June or July, and he's out on bail with an ankle monitor meanwhile. So
he's not getting jail, people. He's not getting jail. He's going to get probation on this.
He has to come live in my attic and do laundry.
I saw somebody said he moved from his mom's basement to a woman's attic. Who said that in chat? I want to give full credit to that. That was awesome.
And yeah, tractor cam, that what you see there is a photo of my actual tractor. It's a Ferguson tractor from 1954. And yes, the license plate spells FCK and was not one of the main reasons I bought it.
That was Dark Matter who said that. Out of his parents' basement into an attic of a woman he's stalking.
Baby steps for us introverts. We need.
Jesus Christ. Oh well.
Sadly,
I would not be surprised that if not him, she will be back on OnlyFans or Twitch or something, looking for her next victim. But this time she might be more careful with the stalky thingy.
Yeah, perhaps don't give your address out to people on the internet for free gifts.
Yeah, and if the fireplace is one of these fake fireplaces, that's quite cheap for a bit of hoo-ha. We are past 2 hours, by the way. So yeah.
I keep muting myself. I said, no, you guys still have to behave.
Yes, Daddy.
I'm so clipping that and using it from now on. Nicholas saying yes, Daddy is going in my streams.
Don't forget your swoop. You're swoopless.
We are swoopless today.
Trying to be a good.
I am a mature union rep doing labor law, and then I have a fire-farting dragon as a swoop.
You know, it works.
It works.
Well, that's what he said. He couldn't pick it up, so I'm trying to imagine what kind of fireplace he got her.
He's not a big dude.
Of all
So,
the evidence, I want to see the fireplace.
I kind of do too. I'm curious as to what fireplace he ended up getting for her.
I
And
know. I want to, and I'm sure the mom wants to know what kind of fireplace she bought her.
by the way, this is the best way to actually do real work is to have someone else stream the trial, and then I just get to chime in every once in a while. This is awesome.
Yes.
And the data in his phone, how long had he been in New Hampshire for by the time he sent those messages? From what you know from the phone.
I believe he got to New Hampshire on the 7th, around 5 in the morning. On February 7th, around 5 in the morning.
So if we're talking about around noon on the 8th, how long time would that be?
30 hours, I think.
Now moving on to, remind me of the number on that.
46.
State 46. Again, what are those?
These are text messages from Mauricio's phone number to Rachel's phone number.
it's back and forth. It's not just him texting her. It's back and forth, isn't it?
It seems to be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's back and
These
forth.
messages start.
Oh, I'm sorry. We wrapped up with a question. Can you tell me the messages I had indicated on that first page when they were sent?
The first messages were sent on February 1st, 22 at 12:07.
In the next page, is there a gap between them? Time gap?
Yes,
Okay, and how long is that time gap?
7 days.
Okay, so we'll go through the last messages that were sent on the first, and then the ones after the time gap. Go ahead.
So the messages from the first?
Yeah.
So the 3 messages from February 1st are the first being at 12:07. Yeah, I'm just glad you're happy now.
Why February? Why are they going backwards in time?
I don't.
If this is from February 1st.
Maybe to show they're both just giant teen, like 5-year-olds.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. Or are they trying to move backwards to? I don't
Are they
know.
trying to show that he was
Is this direct
here?
or cross?
It's direct.
Direct.
Is it showing
Maybe
the
because
locations?
it's so double. It doesn't sound good for the state's case. If you're trying to make the stalking allegation, so maybe they're trying to establish the earlier text to say that it's essentially one-sided, and she just started responding because of the way he was messaging her one way to begin with. I don't know.
No, but they started with the later texts and they're moving towards the earlier texts. That's weird.
Well, the later text, yeah, I don't know. I don't see why they would do it, but the later text definitely put him there in line to her about being there. So
yeah, to make it sound more, yeah. Well,
The next, Mauricio says, yeah, I'm just glad you're happy now. Rachel says, I'm not. Mauricio says, I'm sorry to hear about that.
that sounded like he was
Then the
answering
messages
something.
begin again on
Yeah.
February 8th, 22 at 0040 hours. Mauricio says, hey. Then he says, sorry, I didn't mean to text you. Rachel
Don't ask
responds,
Quan.
okay.
Space-time questions I will not answer.
Rachel's next message is don't show up here. Mauricio responds, okay, I was gonna check up on how you were.
I have no
Rachel
idea.
says, are you here?
David's in
Mauricio
family law.
says,
Maybe
no,
he can tell you.
TF.
What's the going rate?
Rachel says, yeah, well, I'm fine, thanks. Mauricio responds, I can't do this to myself anymore. Rachel's reply is good, and her next message, goodbye. Mauricio says, what's with the attitude? Rachel responds, dude. Her next message is,
He's a
"Can't you
new
stop?"
hire. He doesn't realize women are
Mauricio
100%
replies,
attitude.
"What?" His next message, you literally called me last week saying I love you. Rachel's response, yep, I was drunk. Mauricio's reply,
ouch.
yeah,
Ow.
that's kind of a fucked up thing to say to someone a week later after saying, I hate you and shit.
Oh,
Rachel responds, boo-hoo. Her next message, I hate you. Her next message, you're literally an asshole. Mauricio replies, WTF. His next message, what did I do? And his next message, after everything I've told you and done for you, I did a couple of mistakes and now I'm an asshole.
Okay.
Rachel says, Mao.
Living in
move
the
on.
attic,
Mauricio's
maybe
reply,
a
okay,
mistake.
excuse me, I'm trying, okay? Mauricio's next message is, it's fucking hard for me to do so.
Oh, he's in all caps.
Rachel says, well, you have to. Mauricio, I fucking fell hard for you. Mauricio's next message, I was accepting to move on and then you literally messed up my mind up last week. Rachel's reply, okay. Rachel's next message, yet you said you were going to come here again before I even text you. Rachel's next message is, so stop trying to blame me. Rachel responds again, you just have, excuse me, just leave me alone. Mauricio responds, wait, what? His next message, questioned, yet you said you were going to come here again before I even text you. Rachel replies, you fucking said on the phone while we were talking that her next message is that you were going to show up, and her next message is, but the snow. Her next message, so don't even start. Mauricio's reply, OMG, you literally getting sad and shit and saying why I'm not obsessed with you anymore. Rachel's message, I just don't car. Rachel says,
I like how he reads it.
Mauricio responds, fine. His next message, you literally ruined me. Rachel responds, no, I didn't. Her next message, we talked for a month and had sex once.
Sorry, just one second. We have a
I also don't car.
Is that a euphemism?
I think
was,
he no
when I
he had
muted, I called him out. I said, yeah, he's reading it exactly how it's
It doesn't
spelled.
have page numbers.
yeah
But
he
it's
forgot the
every
E
time.
in care. So
February 8th, 2022, 9:13 a.m.
17:30. What's the last message you read?
The last message I read was from Rachel at 9:13. No, I didn't.
so is he in the attic now?
So Rachel says, no, I didn't. She says, we talked for a month and had sex once. Rachel says, you did
Ouch.
that to yourself. Mauricio
No,
responds,
if they had
"How,
sex,
huh?"
they did it
Rachel
together.
replies, I'm not taking shit from anyone anymore, including you. Rachel says, I haven't done shit to you.
So is she giving back
Rachel
the
continues to
fireplace?
Her next message, I'm not feeling guilty for hooking up with you and not wanting something afterwards. Her next message, I didn't fucking ruin you. You got feelings for me, and that's that. Mauricio responds, yeah, and you played with my feelings too. His next message, you knew I was falling for you, and instead IDK, maybe not saying stuff like, I love you, or literally blocking me for good. You kept on doing the same shit for a week.
I'm going to stop you right there for a second. Is there a gap between that message and the next one?
There is.
Okay. Just need a time gap.
There is.
Remove
Her
the
point
living
of
in
origin
attic
It
thing.
is at 9:15 in the
Yeah.
morning. Next
Remove
message
the living in attic
is from
thing.
Mauricio on the same date,
I don't like this girl
2:09 in the
at
afternoon.
all.
No,
Where did the other
no,
messages
her
we
dog
read fit
stepped
into
on a
that
bee.
I don't know without looking at those messages.
I know this is horrible.
So the ones for
Mauricio, you just
between the two
block her
phone
number
numbers,
and you leave it alone.
that I was reading a moment ago, stop on February 8th at 9:15 in the morning.
They thought it might have
Then
been
she
a
starts
raccoon,
texting
so
him
they
from
called
another
the
phone
cops.
number at 11:43. Those messages from the second phone number continue until 1:43. Same day.
Yeah.
These messages pick up again at
I'm embarrassed for
2:09.
womankind.
So just
I
to
really
summarize,
am.
they're texting on the 603 number, move to a different platform, wasn't discovered earlier, and then they come back to this 603 number.
yes.
You can continue.
So his next message is, Rachel, I'm sorry for being an asshole, for being pushy, and everything else I did or said to you.
Do
I
not
really am,
apologize.
and I just want to leave things off in peace between us. I don't want us to hate each other. I'm just asking for forgiveness.
Didn't they already
Rachel
read that one?
responds, okay.
No, he's
Mauricio
always
replies,
asking for
"Okay."
forgiveness.
Then says, do you still wish you never met me? Then he asks, or then he says, I still jerk off to your pics.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
At 2100, Rachel responds, hello? Then she says, hello again.
Well,
Mauricio says, hey.
flattering,
Rachel
maybe?
asks him, want to FaceTime in a bit? Mauricio
Oh,
says,
Lord,
sure.
I need to drink. Oh, this is what the actual...
Rachel
Awesome.
replies, word.
This is awesome.
Then
That's
she
what we
says,
want.
bye. Mauricio says, hold up.
Go
His next
away.
message
Blah,
is,
blah,
on the
blah.
phone with my
I
mom.
want to FaceTime you.
Rachel
Wait, he's
responds,
talking to
"Cool, I
his
think
mom
I'm
and talking
literally in
about
love with
jerking off. I can't with
you."
this.
Mauricio says, please don't say that.
I believe I've just gotten a cringe tumor.
Rachel responds, I don't
mean,
do this on purpose. I don't know what's wrong with IDK, what's wrong with my head? Rachel says, it's so hard.
you have Amber Heard
Then she
disease.
says, I'm going fucking crazy. Mauricio responds, what's wrong? He says, tell me, I'm here for you.
No, you're not here for her.
Rachel
Stop.
says, you're
Stay
just
away from
the
her.
only one that makes me happy and feel special. Mauricio says, well, you are special to me and anyone you meet in your life. Rachel says, yes,
Where's
but
the
like,
red
no one
flag?
makes me
Where
feel
is the
how
red
you-
flag? No.
Rachel says, you actually like, her next message is IDK. Her next message, I'm just drinking alone once again because it's the only time I actually feel something.
No, run
Mauricio
now.
says, all I want for you is to be happy and I feel like you deserve so much more in this shitty world. Mauricio
Oh.
says, can we FT? Rachel
No.
responds, I just want to cry. Mauricio asks why.
Oh.
He says, talk to me, Rachel. He says, IK, you're probably
All right,
drunk and you're gonna
I'm
hate me
clipping all this
tomorrow,
and I'm showing
but
it to
you're
my
special,
boys
and
because
IDK
this
what's
is...
going on in your life right now. But I would love to
Well,
help you
remove
out
the...
in any way possible because I don't want to see you suffer like this anymore.
They'll be
I want
19 by
things
the
to go
time I
well.
show them this, and I'll be like, red flag, red
Rachel
flag,
responds,
red flag,
I just
red
wish
flag.
you were here. Mauricio says, me too. Mauricio asks, can you answer with a question mark? Rachel says, I don't want to talk. All right.
I need good whiskey
Mauricio
for
says,
tomorrow.
okay,
I need good whiskey
LMK, if anything changes your mind.
recommendations.
Mauricio says, hey.
Because if I have to
I
listen
mean-
to this heifer,
Then
I'm
he
gonna...
asks, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I kind of get
Mauricio
why
says,
they
"I wanna be
removed
there,
all
RN."
the stalker charges.
He next says, can talk RN on the phone with my mom.
Oh, he's talking to his mom while talking
Rachel
to
says,
his
okay. Mauricio says, hey, don't be mad.
photo op lady.
The next message is redacted.
How
Mauricio
the hell?
says,
Why is it
if I was
redacted?
there, RN, what would you?
Were those eggplant emojis?
No, they wouldn't have been redacted for that. They would,
Nope.
maybe something else that's privileged.
Look at these kind of pictures, maybe.
He's texting his mom at the same time he's texting her.
It's beyond a little Oedipal at this moment.
That's kind of that's kind of odd. But people, everyone, text anyone, everyone, your mom or random strangers on the internet, as if they're going to be read in court one day, because they might be. Just like this. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Picture personal information.
have a
Yeah,
lot
that's
of-
what I was saying. It could be pictures that are not relevant, that there could be emotional limiting to exclude, because we get the idea we don't need the defendant's junk up there. Or it could be like personal contact information and things like that.
Oh, no, I'm trying to be an adult and this trial just keeps, oh,
Yeah.
he keeps, do not apologize. This woman is, no, oh my gosh. I'm getting a red flag.
Yeah, but he's inexperienced. He's a little naive.
I have a red lighter, but that's about it.
His mom did not teach him well. I don't know if he has a father, but someone didn't teach him well that these women exist out there.
Yeah. You really need to teach young guys from early teens.
Well, and like I said yesterday, every guy will fall into this trap at some point.
Broken.
You just
yes.
hope it doesn't lead to this level. Every guy will get manipulated by a woman, and they will learn. You just hope they do it young, and they don't do it in a way where it leads to this. It's
Mm.
just a learning curve, but you should still kind of teach them, and maybe it doesn't go this far.
Yeah, Broken. Definitely don't want to mix up who gets those fun pictures. If you're texting your mom
That's
and
what I
your
was thinking. He's texting his mom at the same time he's texting her. That could be an accidental text, really bad in a really wrong way.
so my good friend who is an appellate attorney is one letter off from my daughter. So my daughter will be like, "Did you really want to text me something about asking about law?" I was like, "Yes, I'm making sure you're doing civics class."
This trial is amazing, Salvador. I agree. This is an awesome
I
trial.
am.
It is chef's
I'm
kiss
so glad
cringe.
I was a teenager before all this stuff, texting, when we actually had to go up to a girl and talk to her. And when you did stupid things, there were really no evidence of it.
Miss Griff, I'm surprised as well that he didn't ask his mom to actually take the pictures for him so that he could send them to her.
This trial. I need a bleach for my brain now.
Oh, all right. I need to go make a phone call. I'll be right back. These are awesome though, so I might have
Mom's
to rewatch
helping
some of
with
these later.
OnlyFans and peen pictures. Awesome. Just awesome. I refuse to be that mother. Sorry about it, kid.
Rachel says, "Okay." Mauricio says, "Hey, don't be mad." The next message is redacted.
Don't be
Mauricio
mad.
says, "If I was there, RN, what would you do?" His next message
I'd ask you
is,
for
"Wow."
$500 in a fireplace.
The next message from Mauricio is redacted. Rachel responds
Oh
with,
no!
No.
Rachel
Broken
says,
laser.
Listen,
"Your," and the remainder of that message is redacted.
I'm not pulling this up.
Mauricio says, "You," with an asterisk.
Broken.
Mauricio says, "Nice
It's the
grammar,
lighting's
LOL."
fault.
And Mauricio says, "I'm outside."
Nicholas,
Rachel
now
says,
you know
"Are
why
you?"
we measure in like inches
Her
and
next message is, "Because I'll be so
snails.
happy." Mauricio says, "Yes."
Everything's bigger in snails.
Rachel says, "Fuck you." Her next message, "You made me happy." Her next message, "You're actually an asshole for that." Mauricio says, "What I am." Rachel says,
Is anyone
"Yeah,
else
no,
lost?
you aren't." Rachel says, "That's just me." Mauricio replies, "I mean, if I was, would it even be possible for me to come in?" Rachel says,
What?
"No, dude, like, huh?" Rachel says, "Are you?" with a series of question marks. Rachel says, "Call me." Mauricio says, "No." Rachel says, "Fuck you." Her next message, "Actually, fuck you for that." Mauricio says, "With my mom, RN, on the phone." His next message, "Why?" Rachel says, "I never want to ducking talk to you again."
Her phone did the
Mauricio says,
ducking.
"Why are you mad?"
Never in my life
His
wanted
next
to
message,
duck.
simply the name Rachel. Rachel says, "You're a fucking asshole."
Well, at least she fixed her
"Don't say you're
autocorrect.
here." Mauricio responds, "Do you actually want me there?" Rachel's next message is like fuck toy. Her next message is, "No, fuck you." Mauricio responds, "Rachel, tell me if you actually want me there." Rachel's reply, "You're just a manipulative person." Rachel's next message is, "Goodbye." Mauricio responds, "No, wait." Rachel replies, "Dude, IDK what to do." Her next message, "I have Weston." Her next message, "I'm going to shower." And then her next message, "And I can come say hi, Wick." Mauricio says, "Okay." Rachel says, but like legit, I can't even stay long." Rachel says, "Line IDK, why you do this?" Rachel says, "I can't just leave." Mauricio says, "Okay." Mauricio says, "IDK, me neither." Rachel responds, "Pull up to that fire hydrant." Rachel says, "But a little past it." Her next message, "Because it's illegal to park there." Rachel's next message, "But legit, I have 5 minutes, like IDK, why you do this?" Mauricio responds, "Here," with a question mark. Rachel replies, no. Her next message, park in front of that black car. Her next message, I'm literally in my robe. Her next message, so. Rachel's next message, I have ducking 5 min, dude. Mauricio responds, excuse me. Mauricio responds, okay. Rachel says, give me a second. I got to check pH him.
pH.
Mauricio says, okay, take your time. Rachel
What
says,
is
I'm
pH?
literally coming in my robe. Mauricio says,
Damn
it's
it.
cold ash. Rachel says, oh, I see you leaving. Mauricio says, yeah. Rachel replies, see ya. Her next message, I mean, you knew this. And her next message, I can't leave him. Mauricio replies, okay. Rachel responds, I'm so horny. Mauricio says, me too. Rachel says, well. Her next message, IDK. And her next message, night. Mauricio replies with night. His next message, driving around. And Rachel responds, you really left?
I need this with hand puppets.
Mauricio says, yes. Excuse me, he says, yeah.
We're having a dramatic reading next
Rachel says,
Saturday.
well. Her next response, bye. Mauricio says, WTF. His next response, why are you mad? Rachel says, I just wanted to fuck. Mauricio says, me too.
Okay, stalker charges out the window.
Mauricio offers, Mauricio's next message is, do you want me to come back? Rachel says, no. Her next message, it's whatever.
She meant she
And her
wanted to
next
do it with
message,
someone else.
I should sleep anyway. Mauricio says, no, I want to go back. Mauricio's next message, give me 30 minutes and that's it. Rachel says, no.
30 minutes is
Her next
optimistic.
message, I have a son. Her next message is, dude. Mauricio responds, okay, I'm sorry. Rachel replies, did I at least make it somewhat worthwhile, somewhat worth it?
Oh, this is
Mauricio says,
from
yeah.
when they actually... Oh.
Mauricio's next message, making out with you was worth it. Rachel says, K.
He drove 6 hours
Rachel
to
says,
make
her
out.
next message
I'm done
says
with
goodbye.
America.
And her next message, I'm blocking, why now? Mauricio asks why. Then he responds, WTF. And his next message, wow. Rachel says, oh, come on. Her next reply, like, no. She responds again, I'm sleeping. Her next message is, dude, this is my mother's house. Her next message, I'm actually pissed off. Mauricio replies, sorry.
So am I.
Rachel says, no, you're ducking not. Her next message, it's not just one my stupid apartments. Rachel says, this is my fucking mom's house. Her next message, you can't just show up here. Excuse me. Mauricio replies, IK, but I didn't go near it. His next response, listen, if you want, just block me and go to sleep. And then his next response, but you looked really beautiful, DM. Rachel replies, I had no makeup. Mauricio, and with a question mark. Rachel says, did I look like shit? Mauricio says, no. His next message, you looked fucking hot. And he responds again.
There is no good answer to that question. You simply
This
throw
was-
chocolate at us and
Yeah.
leave slowly.
The criminal matter is that he kind of lived in her attic in the mom's house, broke in, and so yeah, there are criminal matters, but there are definitely no stalking here at all.
And he took pictures of her lady bits and a
Yeah.
video, apparently.
Yeah, while she was drunk sleep. So yeah, there was some criminal activities in the end of this. So yeah, but stalking, I kind of understand why stalking was probably thrown out.
Yeah. I sense a market opportunity. But again, my Learn to Legal Law book series by Daryl Brooks is in the mail.
Oh,
And especially with that role.
Yeah,
Rachel
Broken,
says,
I
"Dude."
don't know. I think Grandma's raising a
Rachel's next
kid.
message is in sleeping. Mauricio says, stop. Rachel says, don't ever come here again. Mauricio says, don't put yourself down like that.
That's really interesting. Yes, she has a young kid. She moves back to mom's house. Mom, during her testimony, said, I have to take care of both the kid and her. Was the kid living with her mother?
That, given the nature of these texts and how unadult she seems to be, I believe that grandma had custody of the kid.
Yeah.
Informally, but
Mm.
it's lining up that she may not be mother of the year.
Yeah. Mm.
Whichever one she tells.
The DNA testing is a bingo card.
Mads, you'll be getting your paperwork in the mail very soon.
Would you please line up here for the DNA testing?
She's on her 18th trip to Maury. That kills me. There are only about 1 or 2 days you can get pregnant a month. And listen,
Yeah. Well, you know better than me, but
well, let's just say that my youngest happened because well, my family got some moonshine and it was uh Memorial Day, and I don't generally drink, but I did that day. And
clip
then
that, and so he will have a memory for his graduation.
oh no, he knows, well, he'll know that my husband was going in for his snip consult, and we found out that I was already pregnant.
Oh.
Yeah, he's the one that just had to be here for some. I hope he uses his power for good.
Rachel says, I'm honestly so upset. You just think that you have the right to do that. Mauricio says, well, you told me you'd be happy. Rachel's response, this isn't my ducking place. She says next, it's my mom's. And after that, she says, and I hate you for that. Mauricio's next message is, IK, I fucked up. Rachel says, don't ever come here again. Her next message is, I'm blocking you.
Sarah P, sadly, yes, she has a
Mauricio's
child.
response, I won't. Rachel says, I'm ducking done. Mauricio says, goodbye, Rachel. Rachel says, no, I'm done. She responds next with, I'm blocking you for good. Mauricio says, okay. Mauricio's next message is goodbye. And then his next message is, are you still up? Rachel's next message is at 4:16 in the morning. Are you in my
Valhalla,
fucking
I
house?
haven't seen pictures. I don't know if she's hot.
Rachel sends a next message that's a series of question marks.
She's
Rachel's
on
next message is,
OnlyFans,
I'm
so I
following
guess maybe
cops.
she's a 7.
Her next message, if you don't answer right now. Rachel sends another message with a series of question marks, then another with a series of question marks, and another message with a single question mark. And her last message is 04:33, I just fucking saw you.
So, excuse me, there are some gaps in time between some of these messages, is that right?
There are.
Okay, like between the goodbye when they're arguing back and forth and him asking her if she's still up, can you just tell the difference in time there?
Yeah, so Mauricio says goodbye at 0057. So that's 57 minutes past midnight. At 1:51 in the morning, he asks, are you still up?
That's about an hour later.
Just about, yes.
Okay. And then the next message, you said at 4:15, so how much longer is that between when he asked if she was still up and she didn't respond?
2 hours and 20 minutes, approximately.
And then there's another message where they're talking about her coming out. She says, I'm literally coming out in my robe. He says it's cold ash.
That has different
She says,
connotations
I have definitely
in
5
other
minutes
parts
to,
of the world.
I gotta check on him.
A good goat will get you a long way.
Bad behavior.
And then he just, she talks about she can see some hard reading. You know roughly the time frame between those messages.
I'm blocking you. No.
Okay, so she's on OnlyFans where 3 is a 5 with filters on. He told his wife today, honey, I'm going to be reading out cringe text messages. What tie should I wear? And can I steal your readers?
And then, oh, I see you leaving.
I've never seen
So
tortoise
she
shell
says, "Give
on
me
a
a second, I
male
gotta check on him
glasses.
at 2 minutes past midnight.
I need my
And then,
glasses to
oh, I
match
see
my
you
tie.
leaving at 40 minutes past.
So that's about
In male
30
glasses, I've never
minutes
seen
time difference.
tortoise shell be a
That's
pattern
consistent with
offered.
The time frame and the length of time that the defendant told you he and Rachel met.
He stole his wife's readers.
It is.
In your charge, sir.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think that her not showing up or showing her face might be because nobody on. But then again, it doesn't matter because nobody would recognize her with them without the filters.
The defendant informed Rachel that he's leaving New Hampshire.
Can you ask that again?
During a break in the time frame between February 1st and when the messages resumed on
He's
February
reading
8th,
glasses.
he's been in New Hampshire as early as the 7th.
No.
Okay.
I don't know what it means
Roughly
either.
what time of day on the 8th did he first left?
Multicolor thingy
It's
glasses.
the brown-black kind of
It
mix
was
that he
definitely
has.
the afternoon or evening.
Do you want to give an instruction about what we talked about?
Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, as you were reviewing some of the text messages, Captain Sunderland pointed out that there were some redactions. Those redactions are either by agreement or by my order that it contains evidence that's simply not relevant to the case. And so I had it blacked out. You're not to speculate in any way about what was redacted. And
But
you are
we
to take
can.
only
It
the
was
evidence that was
boobies.
presented to you.
It was peen. It was peen and
Boobs.
Last thing I want to talk about.
I'm
is,
sorry. If I'm a juror, I'm going right back there and saying it was boobs.
When you were going through that download, you locate anything of note that you used?
I did. There was a note in the section that was very relevant to this case.
There was a section. Okay.
So it was the marked as 22 for identification. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a printout of the note with the data of where it was stored in the device and the title. This being the note that I found in this one.
And can you tell me when he accessed this note? Looking at the metadata that you went through in the phone.
Not from this, but I think that would be contained in the.
Same copy of your phone, remember?
Yes.
Right here.
So the phone indicated under the application usage that he accessed the notepad on February 9th, 2022. at
I
3:23
wish
in
the jury
morning,
got to ask
and
questions.
again
Oh
at
my
4:05.
God.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been amazing if the jury
That would have
could
been epic.
After you had done the initial download.
Class action lawsuit. We need every juror to be able to ask
and
questions.
Second download, to see if anything had been deleted. Do you notice anything about what happened?
Yeah.
Yes, the note was marked for deletion, but it was still present in the device. It hadn't been deleted yet by the device.
So the device deleted what the user did. Is that accurate?
Yes, so he would have marked it, he would have deleted it, and then the device will delete it when it deletes it, and it hasn't got to that yet, so it's still present.
Thank you for that description. If I delete it, it will be deleted because the device will delete it.
The more you know with that little
Yeah.
rainbow thing and star.
Yeah.
I asked the ID struck on stage 22. Enter as a close.
Any objection to 22?
No objection.
So the ID is stricken.
Hang on to that for a second.
Welcome back, David.
We're just gonna have to read through that note.
Yes, thank you. Court clerks are sometimes the worst people to deal
On the
with.
other hand,
Yes, not the metadata on top.
the summary.
Oh God,
So the
Letitia
summary
Stout.
begins with
Dear Lord.
492-1354, white Jeep, 4x4. The body of message is free message, unable to send message, message blocking is active. And then again, it repeats the summary of 492-1354, white Jeep, 4x4. It next says she likes aquarium and aquatic life and bowling. Then it says go to her house, then put tracker on car with. It says lockpick her house, find her room and get her stuff and get my shit back. It says get a key copy, put microphones and stuff to hear her. There's a piece that's redacted, and then it says log into her phone, hopefully. Natasha lived near Beachstone by the pool, and Cassie lives in across from that bar in Portsmouth. It says make sure to be very careful and sneakful around her home.
Sneakful?
IDK how? Remember, get her phone and open it and unblock me on everything. And then it says Weston Nunez, born in 2018, September 19, and a phone number 603-988-4346, Nate Wilson.
Who is Weston Nunez?
Weston Nunez is Rachel's child.
And that phone number on the bottom, does that have any significance to you?
Yes,
What was that?
that's the phone number that was on her lock screen at 3:39 in the morning when he took a picture of the lock screen. It showed us 2 missed calls.
We do not write down our crimes, children.
Yes,
Who
ma'am.
wrote this?
That number?
Mauricio.
Yes, ma'am.
Mauricio.
So something you could see if you were to.
He did a Letitia Stout. He notebooked his,
Yes.
Dear Diary criminal journal.
Dark matter. That's what I always think when they call out these phone numbers.
How many other questions did I have for you?
Thank you. So Attorney Starbranch, you can begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you again. You too, sir.
Can I ask a couple questions you've done before?
Yes, sir.
Just sort of ask questions to follow up on some of the things that Attorney Rob was asking. She's asking about, does it seem like Rachel's Laker know that he's in New Hampshire? In fact, he's in New Hampshire, right?
Yes.
It's fair to say, though, when they're having sexual relations in his truck, she knows he's in New Hampshire, that, right?
Which occasion are you talking about?
The occasion that happened on the 8th.
Yes, at that point in time, she clearly knew he was.
In fact, she even called him back. She said, I want to see you, change my mind, right?
I don't recall those words, but she invited him home.
Yeah. And that was after he said, well, let me get out of here. And she says, well, come on, right?
I think so, yes.
And I'll be pushing out because you'll have the text message when you get back. Now, ask a quick question about Weston. Come on. You know that Rizzo's met Weston on FaceTime, right?
I believe that's reflected in the phone, yes.
And also, when you were there for the interview, Rachel, you guys, she told you that, right?
Yes,
And he also has given, in December, for Christmas, gave Weston a present, right?
I believe so.
Seems like this is a on again, off again sort of relationship. Fair enough?
There's something there.
Something's going on, right?
Detective's like, we don't effing know.
And significantly, I won't draw too much into this, I know perhaps Rachel will testify, but it appears at one point, Lisa, Rachel says to Rachel that she wants him to be obsessed with her.
Obsessed is the word used in the messages.
That's what I'm asking. She says it.
I don't think it's saying she wants him to be obsessed with her.
Now, after their sexual encounter, by the way, that was during one of the breaks. You said there was a break in the text messaging about half an hour. That was when they were in the car, right?
Yeah, after midnight,
Right.
yes,
And after that happens, she kind of blows him off again, right?
yes.
And that's when he starts to say stuff to you when he was interviewing you. He said, well, I went back looking for my belt, my beanie, my glasses, because I was afraid she was going to throw them out. Right?
Yes,
Yeah, moving on.
Yes.
It's the only thing that keeps me from having my own snapped episode some days.
I think, is there any redirect based on the cross?
I think so.
Yeah, they are completely removing any stalking charges. Just by, do you believe it was an on and off thing? Just remove everything but the burglary and stuff like that. Yeah.
I'm going to just ask you about the defendant saying that he went to Rachel's house to get his beanie and glasses back. I think belt.
Yes, ma'am.
The answer is yes.
I believe so, yes.
And then he also mentioned the fireplace. I'm looking at page 33.
He does.
Captain, and anywhere in that long interview that you did with the defendant, does he mention anything about having permission to?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the end of that.
Any part of that interview, does he indicate that police have permission to him?
No, he never admitted had permission to do that.
In fact, did you flat out ask him if he had permission?
Yes.
And what was his answer?
No.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Briefly, you recall the interview with Rachel, right?
Yes.
It's a forensic interview that we discussed in church, correct?
Yes.
During that interview, these are two different occasions. She told him he can come get his fireplace. One.
That is one thing that I did not review prior to coming to this stand.
It's not your transcript, so I'm not sure.
You're not speaking, Sam.
Hold on.
Sure. Nothing further. Thank you.
Nothing further? Okay. Sir, you may step down. You're
Thank you.
excused. Great State, want to call your next witness, please?
Oh, sorry, yes. He's getting her, but it's they call Lisa Schultz.
That was not a tall dude.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
When you step inside the witness box, I ask you to remain standing. Kindly raise your right hand.
Hobbits are real?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give the jury will be the truth and the whole truth?
She's 11 feet tall.
Please be seated.
Oh, morning. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Certainly. My name is Lisa Schultz, and my last name is spelled Schultz.
And ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I am a criminal intelligence analyst.
For what? For what organization?
I work for NASPIN, the New England State Police Information Network, which is a
Oh, this is not
regional
basic
information
instincts,
sharing
ma'am.
system. Country is divided into 6 regions. Each region has a risk center. I work at NASPIN, which is the New England Risk Center.
So can you tell me what your interaction is like with law enforcement agencies?
Certainly. My job at the New England State Police Information Network entails doing casework for area jurisdictions. Basically, any member agency, and we have over 900 member agencies, can request that we do analysis on a case for them. So we can get cases from anywhere in New England for anyone that is a member agency.
Typically, how do those cases come to you?
Typically, the police will start working on a case. They will identify an avenue of investigation and write a warrant. Largely, most of the casework that we do involves the telephone carriers, social media companies, or a company like Google or Apple. So they will, during their investigation, possibly find a line of investigation involving one of those companies, and we will assist them in doing case analysis. So they will typically write a warrant to a carrier, if we're going to use a cell company as an example, and they will provide us with the warrant returns, the items that the carrier gives to them for analysis.
And what kind of analysis are you doing?
So typically for a carrier, what we're doing is providing the police with mapping on where the cell phone utilized cell towers during a specific time frame.
Can you tell us, sticking with the mobile companies, how they track location data?
Certainly. So there's 3 main carriers in the United States: AT&T, Verizon, and now T-Mobile. T-Mobile combined with Sprint a couple years ago. So cell phone carriers are required from the federal government to collect certain information. So for incoming and outgoing cell phone calls, they're required to provide us or to maintain a list of the cell towers that were utilized for each call. Some carriers also will provide that data for text messaging. And then in addition to that, each carrier has a program in place that sort of assesses the network that they utilize. So for T-Mobile, which this incident, the carrier utilized was T-Mobile, they have something called a TDOA report. It's a time difference on arrival. Essentially, whenever your cell phone is on, it is constantly pinging cell towers to see if you were to pick up your phone at any time and place a call, what would be the best tower for it to connect to. And that saves you a little bit of time when you're starting to use your phone. You all have noticed sometimes if you're like at maybe a football game or something and you go to use your phone, there's a delay before it can reach out and get a good connection because of the load, so many people trying to connect at one time. So the TDOA report is essentially used by T-Mobile to make sure that their network provides coverage in every area and that there's enough coverage.
Boring.
Every carrier has a type of report like this. So
What is she going to try to say? That his cell phone
phone
puts him in the
constantly
attic?
reaching out to the cell
I mean, they
towers,
found
and
him in the
cell towers
attic.
are constantly pinging,
Yeah.
I'm here and I'm available, I'm here and I'm available. So that when you connect, it happens quickly. And as a result of them collecting this data, they can many times identify where a phone has been.
I mean, I have no idea what she's going to say,
Not
but
only
I
with the
imagine
sector,
the
but
cell
also
phone
of
places him in the
suggested
attic,
location.
and these text messages came from
So what
his
did you
phone.
do with this data? So we
Oh, let's see what's going on after the break, because I think there's another. Yeah, there's another. Oh, I recognize this guy. He's a tool. Isn't he a toolmark guy?
I didn't see his face.
This will be interesting. But why? Is New Hampshire close to?
It's in New England, so Vermont, Maine, New York, all that area, northeast United States.
I kind of recognize him from another. Oh, we'll see.
Come on up, sir, and you'll see the witness stand opens
That
in the
guy
back.
is really
Once you
short.
step in, if you could remain standing and raise your right hand.
I
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury? Okay, please be seated.
Or it's just that top thing with shaved head and beard.
Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yep, Timothy Seawards, Seawards.
Officer Seawards, where do you currently work?
Farmington Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Farmington Police Department?
about 6 months.
Prior to working for the Farmington Police Department, where did you work?
Somersworth Police Department,
And how long did you work for the Somersworth Police Department?
about 2 years.
So it's
Back in
department
February of
jumping.
2022, where were you working?
Why?
Back in February, I'm sorry, what was the question?
February of 2022, where were you working?
I was working at Somersworth Police Department.
So I want to point your attention to February 9th, 2022. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Now, February 9th, 2022, did you have to go to Eddie East towing?
Yes, I accompanied at the time Sergeant Sunderland to there.
And why did you go there?
I accompanied him with, for lack of a better term, a prisoner to assist with a consent search of a vehicle from an incident that occurred the night prior.
His beard makes him look like a Magnadoodle. You guys remember Magnadoodles?
Can you explain for the jurors how do you normally conduct a search of a vehicle?
Without the beard, he would look like a
There's
giant
2 methods. Either
5-year-old.
there's a consent search, or there's a few methods actually, but there's a consent search on which the owner or operator of the vehicle gives consent, stands by, and lets.
At least
search the
his
vehicle.
ears is in
There's
the right
obviously a search
placement.
warrant.
I don't know.
There's a tow inventory, there's a community caretaking, so on.
So what, for this particular case, what method was it? Was it-
Wooly Willy, yep.
Consent search.
And in order to perform a consent search.
That's what I was
is there
thinking of,
something
Wooly
that you
Willy.
have to obtain first before you do a consent search?
Yes, consent.
So just want to ask you about this consent search of the truck. So what vehicle were you looking at?
I came in that early shift that day, and it was my understanding that prior to the incident that occurred that night, that there was something had happened, and this vehicle was then towed by AB's Towing to a tow yard in Berwick, Maine, at which time I accompanied Sergeant Sunderland there with said prisoner, and we were able to get consent. Because it was in a different jurisdiction, the consent was actually given to Berwick, Maine, which is the jurisdiction that had control over that vehicle at the time.
Now, do you recall what truck were you looking at?
It was a F-150, Ford F-150.
So when you arrived and you're looking at this truck, can you just explain what areas of the vehicle you're looking at?
Yeah, we started off in the front cabin area, or the driver area. Again, I kind of came into it after the fact, but it was known to Sergeant Sunderland where some items were already located. So he began looking at the front passenger seat on the floor area, and as well as the center console area.
From your recollections, were there some items that were documented separately from the vehicle?
Yes.
What were those items?
There were several articles of female clothing that belonged to the alleged victim, and several photographs that are of the victim.
So, officer, are you on the right approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a couple of items that have already been admitted as full exhibits.
This is the fishnet stockings.
So I'm first going to show you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items of clothing. These are full exhibits number 35, 36,
Skimpy underwear
37,
time.
40, and
Those
30.
are not big bags.
Do you
So no
recognize
granny
those
panties.
items?
Yes, those were the items taken from the center console.
I'm also showing you what appears to be a stack of images. This is already admitted as a full exhibit as well. It's full exhibit.
We need more
number
pictures
39.
for evidence.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, those are personal photos depicting and belonging to the victim,
And where were those located?
also in the center console.
So besides these items that I just showed you, were there any other items that were documented from the
A lot of tissues.
There were 3, I suppose, 2 categorically. There were receipts from the Greenland Target and a McDonald's. I'm unsure the location. I think it might have been the Dover location. Those were located in the front cubby area of the driver's side door. And then more importantly, there were 2 crowbars or pry bars located on the floorboard of the passenger seat.
So, officer, I'm now going to show you 2 other exhibits. Those have been also admitted as full exhibits at this time. This first one is states full exhibit number 44. Do you recognize this that I'm showing you?
I do.
And what is this?
That is a crowbar
And where is this crowbar located?
on the floor of the passenger, front passenger compartment.
Now, I'm holding 2 separate receipts. These have also been admitted as full exhibits. It states full exhibit 33 and 34. Do you recognize these receipts?
Yes, those are the aforementioned receipts I mentioned earlier.
And where are those located?
In the front driver's side door panel.
So once these items were documented, did that conclude basically the search of the truck?
Yeah.
So, officer, once you're done searching the truck, does that conclude your involvement that day?
Negative. I then proceeded to meet another officer at the crime scene on Highland Street and assisted him with obtaining more evidence.
exactly were you looking at 34 Highland Street?
Whoops.
You're mute. I was mute. We were all mute.
It was disclosed to.
I don't remember
either
muting
while I
anyone.
was present or already disclosed.
No,
to
I
Sergeant
turned off my
Captain
thing.
Sutherland,
My middle daughter is
during his
inviting
interviews
a
that-
boy over, so she's cleaning because my cleaning
Yes.
is.
Ooh.
Either way, I don't care. She's cleaning.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know how long I've been muted, but for the chat, once upon a time, I lived quite close to the Arctic Circle, something I won't do anytime soon again. And for Broken Baker, yeah, if your jacket has that flippy thingy in the back, you sit on it. That way you don't look like you have a coat hanger in your neck.
Oh, okay. Good to know. I will remember that maybe it works for semi-fluffy chicks too. If they do laundry, I'm
When
okay
you
with
arrived
it.
at 34 Highland Street,
If I have to cook for one more person, though.
tasked with looking at some specific windows,
Yes.
and what were you asked to do with those windows?
More specifically, I was tasked with locating a side bay window that was used to gain entry to the residence. So I was tasked with discovering, locating, if you will, latent fingerprints.
I will
as well as
remember
crime
that.
marks.
I just want to start just briefly by just explaining to the jurors, how do you obtain a fingerprint?
Yeah, winter was not fun.
Essentially, a fingerprint
I had to hibernate
is caused by
and
contact
eat.
from
A terrible idea.
anything that has a marker that would describe something individually. It transfers over to an object. Using various methods, you can locate said fingerprint, and either through basic observation or using other forms of lighting, see fingerprint, and then you can photograph it or lift it, as they call it, which is basically transferring it to another object to later be tested by the lab.
What methods did you use in this particular case?
We used photography as well as gel lift, which is just a form of transferring the the fingerprint from the object that we're searching to a material that can go to the lab and be tested.
You look like a fingerprint, sir.
He looks like a thumb.
So I just want to start by asking you, how many windows did you look at?
We looked at 3 in particular. Again, we were tasked to look at that specifically.
Oh, moment troll.
There was 3 windows to this particular bay window, 2 of which we were able to observe fingerprints with the naked eye.
Did he say naked eye? Sir.
When we apprehended the suspect in the attic, we also found his fingerprints there.
I'm showing you this.
See, this is where,
already been admitted as a full exhibit.
again, me as a
It is
taxpayer,
State's
he
Exhibit
admitted to it.
16.
Well, wait, no, we
This is,
saw that.
Layout of the house. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Can you point out to the jurors which or where in this area were you looking at for this bay window?
This window in particular, which was divided into 3 separate windows.
Were you all able to see that?
No, sir, you're only 3 feet tall. We can't see anything.
Yeah, hold it above your head. Now they're still trying to establish that this guy was living in the attic and ran out onto the roof, right?
Yeah, it's
Did you label those
still the
windows?
beginning.
I did.
How did you label them?
The window closest to or facing the road, for lack of a better term, was A, and then going in the largest window, the middle window B, and then the one facing the porch back towards the end of the property would be C.
You just testified that there were only 2 windows that you were able to observe some fingerprints.
Yes.
Which window or which panel were those?
B and C.
I just want to start by asking about window B. So when you're looking at the bay window, which window would that be?
If you're looking at the bay window, it's going to be the one directly in front of you.
That sounds
widest window.
horrible and I want to see it.
So
My
what were you
Franz.
able to observe while you were looking at window number?
Taper, it didn't happen.
Letter?
I need to see footage of that.
We able to observe fingerprints, like I said, to the naked eye, some of which are smudged. But regardless, you can make out prints. And as well as on the trim of the window, there was red paint transfers.
Did you need any special tools in order to be able to observe those fingerprints?
No.
Were you able to document the specific fingerprints that you were looking at?
Yes,
And did you label them?
I did.
Do you recall what label you gave them?
I not by memory. Usually the evidence naming convention is try to do something that's that pattern. This was
That's
kind
some
of a
shitty
small
thing
area to
when
work
you
with,
grow
so
older, because
I
my
just labeled
my barber
everything, whether it was
asked me
fingerprints
stuff
to pry marks,
now
paint
that I
transfers,
wasn't asked 20
one
years
through
ago. That was, shall we
X.
begin with shaving your ears?
and then I just
And-
associated with which window I found it on.
Yeah,
So speaking
I don't want to
specifically
hear
about
that.
window,
Just
do you
shave
remember
them.
which number she assigned for the fingerprints?
No,
I tell Mr. Mo when he has a nose or ear fro, I'm like, we needed to take care of that.
yes.
And that one long eyebrow that does the Jack Nicholson thing.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, those are fun. Trying to remove. Damn, I have a hair in my eye. Why doesn't it disappear? Oh, it's my eyebrow.
Your report, point your attention to this area right here. Can you
Once he asked
look
me,
at that?
should I wax your nose hair? And I'm like, no, it's hurtful enough. Just
Is that
pulling
a fresh
one hair
recollection?
out that
Yes.
grows
So
out
speaking
that
of,
way.
window,
The answer should have been, do you want to see me cry?
How did you label?
The fingerprints 1, 6, 9, and 10.
So
Also,
there
I
were
didn't think
four
we had that
fingerprints that
kind
you
of
were able to
relationship. I
identify.
don't really pay
Is there
for
any
pain
other windows that
anymore.
you looked at? And how did you label window C?
Again, referring to my report, latent prints number 7 and 8.
So 2 fingerprints from window C.
Yes.
Yeah, when you have the same size trimmer for your beard as your eyebrows, it's time to think about, yeah. Should let's just stay with a 1-inch beard.
This guy looks like a baby with a beard. I can't make sense of it.
Those 2 windows that you stated you documented.
Well,
did
it's
you
because
also look at
since we are
anything
looking
else
here,
over at the
they're
house?
up here, they have to grow out somewhere else.
Yeah, again, the
So,
aforementioned pry marks.
on
which
top
paint
of
transfer
ears,
marks.
inside ears.
Where did you
and-
observe
It's
That's
like those
cute.
fake
On
beards
the
that you buy
trim or
with the
sill.
Groucho
Yeah.
Marx.
Outside sill.
Yeah.
He looks like the
windows,
little
you can
rascal
see.
trying to pretend to be an adult.
Yes.
Mm. And hair always grows out on places you really don't want to have hair, like that sexy spot just on top of your butt. Amazing.
Well, and
Exactly
ladies,
where
you'll
I
know
want
that
it.
one chin hair that just for some reason grows and you have to pluck it every 5 years. Well, minutes.
Isn't it weird? Those, I mean, shoulder hair and stuff like that, you only notice it when it's 2 inches long as well. I've had that issue with, not me, I don't have an issue with it, but my girlfriend sometimes, oh, I have to
Indigo,
pluck a
I would need
hair.
a shot. Yes, I would need 3 shots. And someone else.
I think Tweety just got news what happens when you grow old.
Stuart, I'm going to show you a couple of images. These, I'm going to show them all to you. These have all been pre-marked for identifications as State's Exhibit 48.
Are we going to see fun
50,
images?
52, 54, 55,
1 second. I've got a cat who wants to get
8,
out or in.
59, 60, 61, 62, 63,
Jesus Christ.
67. Can you take a moment to look at those images?
And show it to the audience.
Did you recognize those images?
Yes, they were images that I believe I took. They were leading up to the house, then following a pattern to the side of the house, and taking pictures of the bay windows, and then directly going to at least how the sequence is given to me, going directly to the sill trim area and documenting red paint transfers.
I'm going to show you some other images as well.
Oh, God.
These 51.
It's pictures of windows and window paint.
Well, how did I miss this riveting testimony?
Those are, I believe, what you call an overall photo. It just documents the overall scene of the house. It doesn't necessarily document any evidence, but it could corroborate a testimony later on.
So, officer, did those all the images that I just showed you, they fairly accurately depict how you observed 34 Highland Street on February 9th?
Oh, there will be some pictures in a bit.
Snow on the ground.
So, Your Honor, I'd ask that all of these be admitted as full exhibit.
Any objection to any of the photographs? All right, so the IDs will be stricken on all the photographs that have been listed.
Permission to publish them.
Swear to goodness, this trial proves again, like Letitia Stalk, we thought we would get a really rousing defense. We got a crazy lady who rambled for a day and a half.
And apparently there will be no pictures of her.
Yeah,
not
they've been
even-
redacted for some reason.
Yeah, it's really boring. Oh,
Dang
that's-
judge.
That's a house.
So,
That's a
officer,
pretty
can we,
house.
Can you describe the jurors who were
Too close to
looking at
neighbors for me,
this,
but
first image?
Yes, this is a view from the residence standing in the street on Highland Street.
So we're looking at this image, which of those windows that you're able to see were the ones that you were looking at for fingerprints?
It's the bay window to the right of the residence. You can see it behind the that gray Jeep. Something like Compass.
And Attorney Ramos, as you go through each exhibit, if you can identify its number for the record, please.
Oh, God.
That's states full exhibit 48.
That's
They're
a
trying to-
decent
We're
price.
looking at states exhibit.
Again, too close to neighbors. I mean,
Yeah.
but I would live in the middle of Wyoming with all the other people in the corners. So
Yeah, and I've roughly 120 meters to that neighbor and 150 meters to that
And
neighbor.
that's just an overall image. that
I
is
don't
backside
understand
of
it.
the
How many
residence,
camels
egress
away is it?
basement as well. It's not necessarily of evidentiary value, only to just document the whole house, establish a path, if you will, into the residence.
They're trying to kill us with boredom. I see how they are.
Oh, they're checking. This is
Sir,
the truth.
Dear Jesus, what the hell? Why?
States exhibit 63.
Did you not even Google how to open a?
But no, they
I-
are testing the mark against
Now
the
it's
crowbar. That's the test.
Crowbar that was taken from the F-150.
They didn't even throw the effing cell phone around the office. I'm done with
Similarity,
it. This is junk science. I am so done.
Markings.
That's. I need more
Let's see if
something
we have
in
some
my
copies
soda
of
to
the
even deal with
coming
this
up
crap.
here.
It's ridiculous. Do you think he legally counts as a
Give
little
him
person?
something to stand on.
Oh my God!
I
Not the
know.
lectern.
After you finish looking at the
I
windows,
can't anymore. It's Friday at 3. It's the last week of school. My kids have gone insane. No.
I believe what we went inside the residence.
Okay, soon it will
Of
be
note, the
lunch.
first thing that we did
And
when
I
we got
don't
in
think we
there
had
was
anything more
test a
interesting
key
to say.
that was seized from a key ring that belonged to the defendant. His key
Oh
was,
God, it's him after lunch as well.
Oh, dear
But
Jesus.
maybe it's
He's
something
like the
interesting.
Kevin of the Letitia Stout trial. You just, dear God, Kevin.
Yeah. And let's hope it's cross-examination.
They just
Please
tuck
give
him
him-
in at night.
Please give him something to stand on. So it's, yeah. His entire testimony, David, up until lunch was boring. It was pictures of the house. And then there was a mark on the window shield, and they put the crowbar on top of it to see if it matched.
Oh, that sounds scientific.
Yeah.
It's no throwing the phone in your office, but we're not all
Right.
up to the standards.
Okay. Well, he's
Yeah.
not getting charged with destruction of property, right?
Nope.
All right.
I'm sure they're going to make him pay for it in restitution.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. But now we skipped about 45 minutes of his captivating testimony.
Now Samwise Gamgee is at the lectern.
Yeah, he needs a
And-
stool to.
I'm not that tall. I'm only like 5'7", but that guy should.
He's not even 4'9", okay?
Yeah, he's
Does he legally qualify as a
-1,
little
or-
person? I mean,
Yeah, 5-1 or something like that. I don't.
does he still need to be in a booster to drive?
When the Miss Beige stood beside him, it was like, what's that video game? The giant lady.
Oh, Dimitrescu. It's oh God, I know that. Not it's Resident Evil, The Villages.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely looked like, and I'm sure I spelled that or said that wrong.
Let's see what happens after lunch here.
Oh, no, it's not The Last of Us. It's Resident Evil Villages. I can only play Tetris, but my boys really love video games, so I learned the backstories of them to
Yeah.
try to
And
mom.
I'm between 6'3" and 6'6", depending on which 7-Eleven I'm leaving. And,
This guy, he gets smaller as he goes away. It's an optical illusion. I'm a terrible person going straight to hell. But what can you do? So you've got baby man and little man together. They could be a comedy duo.
Laurel and Hardy.
Yes.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at a key that is attached to a key ring, that belonged to the defendant. It is inserted into a deadbolt of a door.
And what door is that?
That would be the
Indigo, I bet you
door
are.
that I pointed out to you from the diagram.
And is that at 34 Howland Street?
Yes.
So you said that was
would
a
be.
key that was seized or taken from the defendant?
Yes.
So you can measure height in
All right, I'm
how
gonna
many
strike the
Danny
idea into
DeVito
this
you are.
little exhibit.
In
Any
DeVitos.
objection to 71? So it'll be marked
I am
as a
1.5
full
DeVitos.
exhibit. Yes.
So, Officer Seawards, that key.
Mayo Clinic?
that is,
Isn't there
serving
Mayo
that
something you
Did it work?
put on?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a but I guess medically 4 feet 10 inches or less counts as
Someone
dwarfism.
going through that door
Okay.
have access to the house?
Yes, absolutely.
So it would be
Okay,
wrong
so
to
the-
contact the court to figure it out, though.
The key fits, so you can't acquit.
Damn it,
And Officer Seawards, after you
The
took
C
those-
word.
Officer Seawards. God damn it!
Were you able to observe,
Officer Seward.
It's
Attorney
Friday,
Starburns. This is awesome.
Yes, it was.
All we need is bone
when
steel,
our
and
research
then
is
I
correct,
will
it was
die a happy
covered,
woman.
On the left side of the kitchen, up high.
and did you document that box of graham crackers?
Yes.
Did you document the
Yes.
graham crackers? Oh. No, let's keep going.
Officer Seawards, I'm not showing you this other image. This one is State's Exhibit 78 for ID. Do you recognize this image?
Everybody looks
Yes.
bored.
What is that an image
Why?
of?
It is an image of a box of graham crackers.
They photoed the graham
And
crackers.
where was that located with the house?
Yeah, I need y'all to focus on some real
Can I
crime.
have
It's
to strike that
okay.
in into this full exhibit?
Any
I'm
objection?
so
Have we
ID
seen
stricken
the
on
box
78.
of graham crackers? I'm wondering if it's animal crackers and they don't want to
Once
give
you were able to
the
document
brand name.
that box of graham crackers, did you also
no,
take
those
the
are
Honey graham
general.
box with you?
Yes.
Those are great
And
value.
what was done after?
After that, we
Oh,
took the box back to the PD into our
I'm not going to say
evidence,
that on the channel.
processing
Yes,
area.
very much so,
We're able to
Bahala.
Use a process called fumigation.
Only grams. I have no
where
idea what that
it's
is.
commonplace that this process is used to, for lack of a better term,
They might be
I'm so-
generic, but they're
visible,
usually in the shape of little
make prints
bears,
visible.
and there's like different flavors of them.
Sometimes you can't
I'm so
observe
glad that we're
prints
taking
in the
time
eye
from these
or
police
because of
officers,
the
you know,
material that they are.
to
This
investigate this
process
crime.
brings the prints out.
Sure, there's no other
so they
criming
can be
going
photographed and
on.
documented.
Were you able to observe any fingerprints?
We were able to observe several smudged fingerprints, but one clear fingerprint.
And did you document that fingerprint as well?
Yes, I believe it was sent off to the state labs.
Yes, I see you, Loki, the orange cat.
So that concludes your involvement in this case?
Yes.
It did?
Was that, yeah, yes.
So, officer, I don't have any further questions for you at this time. Attorney Starbranch will probably answer some questions.
Attorney Starbranch, cross-examination.
Sure, sir, have no questions.
All right, no questions, sir. So that completes your
Thank
testimony.
you.
Please step down. You're excused.
Wait, you
Thank
mean we
you.
don't want to know more
That
about the graham
officer is wearing
crackers?
eyeliner. When he turned to the side, he was wearing eyeliner.
He's wearing guy liner? Oh my lord.
He's going to eat that poor attorney.
Was that it? It like faded to black.
Wow, they've really gotten good with their audio visuals, like intros and outros. Fade to black.
And would you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Rachel Nunez, and you.
Oh, we are at.
Let's see what she looks like.
I don't think they videotape her or
No,
video
no.
her.
Why?
I think
No, they didn't
they
do the
go-
mom. She's
there's
a
an agreement between the defense and the prosecution to, if people don't want to be filmed, they don't have to.
she's a
Oh.
victim.
I want to see how she looked compared to her Instagram photos I pulled up. Or not whatever I found. Google.
Pesky citizen.
OnlyFans. That's what I
Okay.
was trying to think of.
Okay, but either way, well, yeah, you send me the pictures via
Hey,
Twitter, and I can.
Pesky,
them
I
up.
want to move to New Hampshire, so I'm good. I'm good with it.
It's not like we can't look her up. Well, yeah, probably. But the interesting photos are, for research and evidence purposes, of course. From
Science.
OnlyFans, science, yes.
We'd have to be on Rumble.
Yeah.
We Googled her OnlyFans photos just to get an idea of what was enticing this young man.
My
But
husband's
I
gonna
want
be
to
like,
see what she looks like, in real life.
my husband would be
a
like, why
feeling
did you
it's not
have
the
an
same.
OnlyFans account? Research, dear, research.
I feel like there might be a little more cellulite.
Yeah, but let's listen to her and see what we get.
Oh.
Uneasy.
That microphone moves if you want it to bring it towards you. And Rachel, how old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay, so she would have been 22
Ryan,
at the
Hampshire.
time.
Did you go to school there?
I went to
23,
school in Portsmouth.
24.
Did you?
She was 5 or 6 years older than
Yeah.
him.
And after high school, did you welcome a son?
I did, yes.
What year was he born?
She finished high school. She got a son in 2018, right after high school, and she's 25. When do you normally quit high school?
It can be anywhere from 17 to 19.
Okay, yeah, okay, that lines up. Normally, Swedish high school, that's 15 or 16.
Well, I was 17 because I started really early, so
Okay. Well, it seems like she didn't get her higher education.
well,
I'm muted. Then you guys go into a career path, though. It's still like high school, but it's like a trade school kind of high school, right?
Yeah,
Oh.
trades. We are in. Then we have college of sorts, where we choose the direction and in preparation for university. So you can either go a 2 to 3 year trade school or 3 to 4 year of.
It's really good to put, your entire future in the hands of 16-year-old self. What you want to do for the rest of your life.
Well,
16-year-old me.
This was way back in the day when you could go 2 years of car mechanic school, and those were often for people with not so great grades, and then you could up to 3 years or 4 years of theoretical studies in preparations for university. And yeah, but it's different nowadays. Even trade schools nowadays in Sweden, you have to be in preparation for university, so you can't. No, I don't want to study that because but let's listen to her instead of Swedish school system.
I don't know. I think I'll be more educated by the Swedish school system than a.
Do you currently live in Starow?
Yes.
Okay, who do you live with?
My mom and my son.
And your son. Do you have sole custody of your son?
Yeah.
Is his father
How?
in the picture at all?
No.
Oh, they're not in the picture. He's in one picture, I bet.
Fall of 2021. That's okay. Where were you living back then?
I think Dover.
Dover. Well, whereabouts in Dover?
Did you live with a guy named Ben?
I don't remember the name of the road.
Who were you living with?
Just my son.
Okay.
And was it like a house, apartment?
Apartment.
And how long did you live in that apartment for?
2 or 3 months, I think.
And how were you making money back then?
Doing OnlyFans.
Oh, she was in college. She was just trying to get, through college.
Did Weston's father contribute at all or pay child support?
No.
Was OnlyFans your sole source of income?
Yes.
Can you explain to us just a little bit about what OnlyFans is and how you got involved?
It's just a site that you can sell. You can do whatever you want on it. Mostly girls just
please
sell
church it up.
videos themselves. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory.
No, ma'am, it's not. You were a whore.
Let me this way. You said that girls
For
sell
money.
photographs of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Because how do they do that? Is there like something they can set up?
I'm so glad I'm learning about
They would
OnlyFans.
subscribe to your page.
They can have a page that other people can subscribe to.
Yes.
And y'all, if y'all choose to do OnlyFans, more power to you. I don't care. Now, if you're my daughters, we're going to have a conversation.
On that website, to have message with people.
Yes.
Bye, Franz.
So you said that back then you were on OnlyFans. And so did you have one of those?
Yeah, I need all the details.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you have subscribers?
Oh, cross on this can be
You
fun.
have to go into like detail.
She sounds like she's got a mouthful of spit when she's talking.
Yes.
And how would people pay for those?
They would just, I don't know, you have to like unlock it. It says like buy. And so they would like use their debit card or whatever and connect it to the site. And that's pretty much it.
Would you personally take payments from people?
What do you mean? Like,
Like, I guess you
Oh,
personally
sea
run your
swept.
business.
oh no.
I'm gonna need 4 more shots. She's technically the victim of Amber Heard disease, so she led this poor boy on, and he reacted badly by breaking in. So they're both kind of asses.
Yeah, and apparently, to answer Billy Marie, apparently the defense and prosecution agreed on that not all witnesses has to be shown. And I think that is probably good for her in her future career at...
She is just going to be so popular at PTO.
Yeah. When she finds a husband, she can be a PTO lady. That is very, very against girls showing lady parts. Like
You
a
know what?
certain congresswoman we will not mention.
You know what's really sad is she has a son. So one day she is going to, her son's heart is going to get broken by a crazy heifer like her. And she's going to have to say, well, look, I was a crazy heifer too.
Yeah, we can't be sure what her next career will be, but it seems like for a good number of years her career has been in this area.
Well, do they have a strip
Valhalla, are you
club?
saying that all the performances that she's engaged in has permanently altered her jaw structure to the point that she sounds like she has a lisp and is constantly chewing on something?
Well, no.
I want to hear her excuse. I want to hear her excuses.
Well, she tried to say that OnlyFans was self-explanatory.
Fans on subscribers on OnlyFans, I guess,
Pretty much, MG law.
privately obtain content from you.
Yeah.
How does that work?
If I gave them my number, I guess.
Have you not watched any
I would talk to you specifically about
any SUV, Law and Order SUV? What the?
So this was not a one-time off.
Them her numbers.
Yeah. She gave them her number. So how many more of this guy were out there?
Damn it, Valhalla. Okay, let me for a minute consider that I would be engaging in photos of a bourgeois kind of way. In no way would I put internet
Everybody
creepos.
quiet. Everybody quiet.
In
Let's
no way would
listen
I
to
give them my
Mo.
number. Again, I have watched Silence of the Lambs. I don't need a person that wants to make a lady suit out of me. I've also read up on Ed Gein. I mean, what? Why? Nicholas, make this make sense. It's hurting my brain.
It seems like she had her focus on me actually making personal encounters with men who already gave her money.
I'm so much of an introvert. I'm like, you know what? I'll take money and gifts, but I'm not going to ever meet you. It seems like the safe way to be an internet
whore
star, an internet entrepreneur of your own ladiness. Your MLM is you.
I'm muted. She just wants the money. That's all she wants. She wants the money. She gave them the numbers because she gets a lot of money from a lot of people. He's breaking down right now because he hears that she's doing this to a lot of people, and it's not just him. He wasn't special to her like he thought she was.
Oh, yeah.
I believe she also says that he lacked in ability, but that's what people have said. The scientific calculations have not been added up yet.
Yeah.
Well, I know. I feel so bad for Katie
Mauricio
Lang.
Guerrero. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me how you initially actually met him?
On OnlyFans.
Can you explain a little bit more what that?
He messaged me. We talked for a bit. And then I believe I gave him my number. Because he was gonna buy me things. That's really all I remember.
It's a little hard to hear you.
This is
Okay.
I
Cheddar.
would say get closer to the microphone, but sometimes you get feedback through that, so if you could just speak louder, that would be helpful.
Okay.
So I think you said that you gave him your private number, and that was so that he could buy you things, is that right?
Yes.
So tell me how that would work.
I feel like I
think I
should add my
just-
Amazon wish list to every video now.
I just said I want what I needed for an apartment. I think it was a TV and a fireplace. And he said that he ordered them.
Was there anything that you
His
could do in
mom ordered
exchange
them,
for those
sweetheart.
items?
No.
Then why do you think that he would get it for you?
Objection.
If you know.
Because he liked me, I think.
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to be honest.
Initially, how often were you texting with Mauricio?
A couple times a day.
Tweety, we have 5 cats,
Did he ever
6 children in
actually
this
send
house, and
you
1 husband.
Yes.
What kind of things?
The TV and the fireplace.
Can you just describe this fireplace for us a little bit more?
It's
I need
big.
pictures of this
I think
damn
it's, like,
fireplace.
electric. Probably gives off some sort of heat. I don't know.
So not like a fireplace like installed on a home, like that's something portable.
Mm-hmm.
And you know roughly how much those things were worth?
I don't know, 700 or something.
So pretty significant.
700.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, I have some business ideas to. I've got some businesses
I
to think
told
about.
him eventually.
Do you go or did you go by a different name? I don't think yes.
Yeah, I did go by a different name. Yeah.
What was that name?
It was probably Isabella.
I believe that was before they slept together too. $700 for.
A fireplace.
Yeah, someone on Amazon, please send a link to the fireplace that's $700. We have research to do.
Via texting or any other sort of messaging platform, did you start to talk to the defendant more frequently?
Yes.
How frequently would you say?
Every day.
And what kinds of things would you talk about?
This heifer is greedy. They have
Everything,
nice ones for 200 to 300.
I don't remember specific things.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Well, let me ask you this,
650 to
tell them
750.
about yourself, your personal life.
We're both looking like,
yeah.
what the hell?
Yeah.
You told us that you
Also,
had
now
some-
Mr. Mo has to buy me a fireplace.
Yeah, I must have mentioned that.
And did you learn anything about him?
Yes, just kind of like where he lived and what he does for work.
The cat chair.
And what were those things?
Pennsylvania, I think, and I don't remember where he said he worked.
She didn't even
How
pay
would you
attention to him, and he's
describe,
buying her a fireplace. Ma'am,
nature
I
of these messages?
guilty.
Friendly.
Okay, so I found one for 700. It's a 100-inch
but also-
electric fireplace, wall mount.
Like sexual at some points.
Did you ever, during your conversations with him, give him your address?
To my Dover apartment, I believe.
Tweety, I will get an Only Cats camera.
I can't remember. It was maybe for the TV fireplace. I can't remember.
You don't remember which one, but it was for the fireplace or TV?
Yeah.
Most.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And did you ever give him your mother's address?
I don't believe so. I don't remember.
Is it possible you gave him your mother's address?
It's possible.
Let me ask you this, did you eventually move back in with your mother sometime in that
Yes. Yeah.
timeframe? And if he were to send you an item, would it be? Let me rephrase that. Is it possible that you sent him your mother's address or to send one of the items there?
Yes.
I believe
Yeah.
So, at that time in your life, did you have like a boyfriend or someone special in your life?
She was cheating on Maurizio?
Well, no, towards the end, yeah.
My shock.
Towards the end, yeah, but I'm talking more in the fall of 2020.
No.
Had a lot of good relationships
So
with
much
men?
special as in he gave me the most money.
No. How was your like self-esteem at that point?
Very low.
And what about your alcohol consumption? Can you describe that?
Yeah, I was drinking almost every night. A lot.
Is there a reason for that?
Just to kind of numb everything.
I feel like she was happy with her life choices, though. She was making good money.
Yeah, and drinking seems to be her hobby. Like I have cross stitch, she has drinking and whoring. I mean, you know.
No.
Sorry, Nicholas, I didn't mean to.
We're almost
mean,
4 hours in. Yeah.
I mean, drinking
Kinda
and
like
catting
what we do
around.
on that site. I don't know.
She's
Well, the
definitely
messages
not a
that you
member
guys
of
sent,
Mensa.
Back and forth via text message, you said kind of got pretty frequent. So why did you keep that going?
I sense a market
was
opportunity.
nice.
It keeps me from slinging LuLaRoe on the streets or any other number of MLMs, and I won't invite you to my essential
I
oil
don't really
party.
know. I mean,
So really, the cat cam is about the most morally correct thing I could
I'm
do.
not sure.
I can always refer to my cat as my ginger pussy.
Good.
You would
made
probably get a
me
lot more views.
Feel special.
If I had a
less
cat cam and I just did voiceovers for trials, I'd have a million. I'd have a million
beautiful,
views by
I don't know.
tomorrow.
And how did you do that?
How did he do that?
As you can see, Cheddar is in the cat hole
Oh,
chair.
by just saying like compliments and stuff like that.
Do you know how roughly long you two were communicating for?
It depends on how you
3
measure, ma'am.
months, maybe 2 months.
And what you measure.
During that time frame, would you ever say that
And
you
if
were
it's
in
cold
a
outside,
No.
Do you think that he believes you were in a relationship? Do you know?
objection.
Come up.
Same MG law, but
You need
I'd
it
be
asked
okay with a
again.
cat cam. If
Jan,
Jeff
you
is
can
getting a
answer the
doggo
question, and
cam,
if you
I need a
it asked
cat
again,
cam.
Attorney Garrard will ask the question again.
Is he talking about a cat cam, though?
Okay. Sorry. What did you say?
Well, I believe I brought it up that
Yeah.
I would get a cat
He
cam.
believed you were in a relationship.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I told him.
Just the way he acted, I guess.
Did you ever tell him
This
that
woman,
you thought of him as like a boyfriend?
I could have.
this
Yeah.
woman is the reason warning labels come on Pop-Tarts.
Unfortunately, lawyers are the reason warning labels come on Pop-Tarts.
You said that you might have thought that
Yes, because this heifer and people like her put plastic metal in the microwave.
When I worked at a major packaging
1 second,
company,
I've got to.
we had an order from an American producer, and we had to, on the package, we had to say, once opened, store upright. For a used package.
I'm glad it's not located only to the U.S. This kind of
it was a
stupid
U.S.
labeling.
customer.
Oh, good. Okay, well, never mind then.
Listen, I believe in Darwinism. Let's there's some culling to the herd allegedly in Minecraft that could be done by leaving the warning labels out.
How much longer? Well, we just started her testimony. Do we know how much longer she goes today or doing this?
Okay, we have roughly 40 minutes of her testimony, and then it's cross-examinations. So we are 4 hours in. Let's check her direct. And then tomorrow we will do the cross-examination and the opening statements. Because
I was going to say, because I'm supposed to be on Danny on direct in like 3 hours, and I might want to get something to eat and say hi to the kids. For a minute.
Yeah. But 40 minutes, and I'm at, let's go 1.25, so 30 minutes. And then we will log off for today. And then the cross-examination might be interesting. I'm really hoping for, so you were a whore. So how many men did you give your number to? So how many,
So what I'd be crossing her with. Absolutely. You invited all of this, didn't you? You wanted this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Were you thrown out of your apartment after 3 months because you were making too much noise? Because all the men visited you? Stuff like that.
Were you kicked out because you had all the men visiting you?
Yeah. But we have roughly 35 minutes of her direct testimony, and then we will save the cross-examination and the opening statements for tomorrow.
Sounds good, because I'm going to need a lot of booze for her.
Do you think there's anything you did contribute to that?
Yes.
Is that what you mean by that?
I mean, I probably led him on.
You probably led him on?
Probably?
I really like you. I don't really remember the text I sent, but.
I couldn't hear her. I'm
I
sorry.
think she said, I don't remember the text I sent, but yeah, you can speak up for yourself.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't remember the text I
What
sent.
you meant to say is I was
did
a
say I let him on.
see you next Tuesday.
So you let him on. Did you ever express that you had like love for him?
I probably did.
When I was drunk.
Or what about attraction to him?
Yes.
Did you ever mention being like sexually attracted to him?
Yes, most likely.
Did you ever talk about like meeting a person like someday?
Probably.
I have all the side eye for this
Did you ever
woman.
make any like concrete plans?
Did you hear that question? The subtext.
This is
framed it
you're
in
going to
such a way that
you're going
it's-
to actively see this boy's soul leave his body when she tells him like, I had someone else and you weren't good at anything
but
attractive.
She specifically references the subtext.
Did you ever make any like concrete plans to hang out?
We'll see.
What about saying things like, I wish you were here?
Yeah, I do remember saying that.
I want to talk about the first time the two of you, the first time the defendant ever come up to New Hampshire to see you.
Huh?
Did the defendant ever come up to New Hampshire to see you?
Yes.
I want to talk about that. Prior to coming up, did he, I guess,
Oh, the defense attorney is reading her for filth too. Her face is in all caps.
Yes.
And do you know roughly how far it was for him to come see you?
It was like 6 hours.
So where were you living that first time you came?
The Dover apartment.
And when he came up that time, did you actually go out and eat with him and like hang out?
No.
Did you ask him to leave?
Probably. I remember being really scared, yeah.
Did he leave?
I think he drove away.
So he came up and you didn't see him, and then he left. Is that a fair characterization?
Boy.
On that issue.
Okay.
So he came up, didn't tell you, you found out he was there, you didn't see him, and then he left. Is that a fair way to characterize that?
I didn't see, well, I saw it.
I mean, you didn't eat with him.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You said you saw him, but how did you? Let me back up. I just want to clarify. You might have seen him near your apartment, but you didn't actually go talk to him. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Did he leave you anything on that occasion?
I think that was the time he left money or something on my windshield.
$500,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I think so.
Specifically, how much?
No, I don't know.
How was your memory generally?
Not good.
Because you're drunk.
Did the defendant come up any other times to see you in that 3-month period where you two were talking?
Well, yeah.
The female defense attorney's face. She is not having it.
The one time, like in my apartment or whatever. I don't know what.
So talk about the time that he came into your apartment. Talk specifically about that. Do you know roughly what that is?
December, January.
2021, 2022?
Yes.
So that time he came, did he tell you before he was coming?
No.
And when he got there, did you see him? If I see him, I mean.
Yeah. I mean,
Tell me.
eventually.
Tell me.
I think he texted me, or we were on the phone, I don't know. And he said he was here. And I kind of, at that point, was just like, whatever. I'm just going to see this kid. And then he came up to my apartment. And I think he was there for about an hour. We had sex. And he left.
Do you know roughly what time of day that was?
It was late, like 12, 11.
So where was your son at?
Sleeping.
Is there a reason why he didn't stay?
I didn't want him to.
Did he leave anything at your house on that occasion? Or apartment?
Probably the belt and whatever else, glasses and a hat or something.
So he left a few of his items at your apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Other than the night that he was arrested, we'll get to that a little bit, did you ever have any other face-to-face, in-person interactions with him?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Has
Any
left the
other,
building.
Interactions sticking out in your mind?
Other than the night, the one I just said?
Yeah.
You mean like the night he got arrested?
So there's a night you got arrested, and there's a night in December when you two had sex in your apartment. Other than that, do you recall ever having a face-to-face with him?
No.
Did at some point you moved to your mom's house?
Yes.
When was that?
I got tired of being a mom, and I wanted my mom to watch my
March?
kid.
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. When the night that was arrested, were you in your mom's house?
Yes.
And how long have you been there for?
Month or two.
So you moved to your mom's house, and where did she live?
Somersworth.
Is that an apartment, house, something different?
It's a house.
And can you just talk about where, I guess what the setup was like, the arrangement was like for veterans?
For bedrooms, yeah, I was in the front. My son was in the middle, and then my mom's room was like in the back of the house.
make any sort of plans once you moved into your mom's house for the defendant to come and hang out there?
No,
And why not?
because I didn't want him to.
Was there anything about your mom's house in particular that you wouldn't have wanted him to come to?
I mean, it was my mom's house. Like, I wouldn't just invite a guy over to my mom's house.
Like you're going to make good decisions now. Come on.
And I go back to your relationship with the I don't characterize as being in a relationship, but I guess your interaction between you two.
Mm-hmm.
Over the course of the 3 months you're talking, do you guys ever get in fights?
Yeah.
About what?
C-swept, I know. It's
I don't
just,
know if I was like talking to guys or like,
ma'am, you are 27. The
here or
use of
not,
the
I
word
really don't
like
know.
in every sentence
ever get
is
upset,
obnoxious.
involve each other?
Yes,
How frequently would you say that happened?
a lot.
And did you sometimes, after getting those fights, involve each other, like make up?
Yeah.
And why would you go
True
back
that, Iris.
to
True
continue to
that.
talk to him?
I felt bad for him. I don't know. I just felt bad.
What do you mean you felt bad for? Why?
I just felt guilty. He seemed kind of sad, like a sad person. And I don't know. I just didn't want him to ever like do anything to me or himself.
Okay, I officially hate her now.
Baker, yes.
You mentioned
And
that.
yes.
At OnlyFans, room's a mess.
He would say really nice things that make you feel good about yourself.
Mhm.
Did this conversation kind of continue on in part because of that?
Is this the part where we get to charge her?
Yeah, definitely.
Is anything about your drinking?
Maybe ladies of the night is legal in New Hampshire. I don't know.
Oh my
I
god,
would just
he's
get really
making
drunk and say
little-
crazy things that I didn't mean. That's pretty much it.
Crazy
All
things
right,
like
well, now can we charge
That-
her now?
I love you or whatever, and
Or whatever.
I don't know. Like most of those texts, I was drunk, so
Yeah, she's evil.
Do you know how many times total that he came up to see you?
I have no idea.
Was it more than just the 3 times that we talked about the night you got arrested, the night you got sex the first time?
I don't think so.
I'm trying to be nice, Nicholas. This is your channel, but as a boy mom,
I want to specifically talk about the night he was arrested.
all the side eye.
So that would be February 8th, going to the night vigil, sort of late at night. Okay. Do you remember what point he first told you he was in New Hampshire?
C-swept, exactly. Can we do that now?
Do you know how he told you he was in New Hampshire?
We don't know her past or lack of adult men in her life, or if her mother had similar issues. We have no idea.
Her mother sounds like a sane, normal human. She just birthed
yeah.
And did you have 2 phones or how did that
C
work?
witch.
It was just an app that I used.
So we saw some messages earlier today from like a
Yeah, I'm just
620
trying to
number.
find
Would that be that app that you used?
Yeah.
I think you had a chance to go through those messages this past week.
Yes.
Please
I'm not
text
impressed
those
with her,
two.
by the way. I found her earlier.
Can you tell me why
Oh.
you were messaging him on that separate number?
Let's stay on for a few minutes after the live stream
Maybe
ends. So
Maybe you want to.
Yeah.
And what were you trying to do with those messages? What was the point of you sending them?
So we're
think I
spending
was just
taxpayers'
scared that
dollars to have this
something
big
bad to
old
himself.
trial for this woman. As a taxpayer, I revolt.
had they just offered him probation as a deal, none of this would have been out. He would still have thought maybe that the mother made her do it or something like that. But thanks to trial, he now knows whore.
Well, now he knows that she felt sorry for him and he was a pity
In a few of these messages, we
sleep
saw,
with.
you're asking you-
And she made him cry.
Yes,
I
it's
just
647, it's the messages from earlier.
Ugh.
Yeah, the captain read the first step. So in these messages, you're asking him to FaceTime you, and call you. Do you remember why you were doing that?
I think I was trying to see who's here or not.
You're trying to see if he was here or not?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you think he was here?
I can't remember. Sorry.
That's okay. Seeing a copy of one of those messages. Oh, you remember?
Just bring a video camera, and it's all legal anyway, so you're fine.
So read that to yourself, this blue one. There's no pages on this. I can tell you it's the 5th from the 2/8 at 11:55 a.m. Read to yourself. Just read your I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry for you.
Iris, it could potentially be fraud what she did. But
I guess
they'd
because
have
my
to be
door
willing to
looks
charge
weird.
her.
What about your girl? Why would you?
And she was drunk most of the time, and she had custody of the boy.
Just looks like it was
CPS,
open,
anyone?
I think, or something.
The
I
boy's
don't know.
father, if he's known.
Yeah.
Like him breaking in.
Him breaking in.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're asking him to FaceTime you. Why that?
I just wanted to see if he was like in my house
And why would FaceTime him help
or
you
in
figure that out?
New Hampshire. Well, I would be able to see.
So you're asking him to FaceTime you so that you can see the background of the phone, is that right?
Yeah.
So those messages from that morning,
True
you're trying to
CSAT.
figure out if he's in New Hampshire. Is that fair
Yeah.
characterization?
Yes.
When, or at some point that day, did he tell you that he wasn't back in New Hampshire?
You should do a
Angel
swoop.
Australia, thank you so much for being a
I don't
member.
think so.
There are a bunch of members-only videos for you to watch.
Well, yes. Yeah.
And how did you know that?
I think he texted. Like I don't know. I went. Are you talking about like the night he got arrested?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he texted me or something.
And do you remember if you had been drinking that night?
Yes.
So he texts you that he's there. Do you meet with him in person?
Yeah, I went out to his car.
What time of day was that? I don't remember the exact time. Night, morning.
It was night. It was late at night.
Broken Baker can confirm we are
No,
very
Mom was sleeping and my son was in
amenable to
bed sleeping.
fireplaces over here.
You know where Weston was sitting?
My room.
So
Y'all have cracked it. The way to a woman's heart is an electric fireplace.
He was parked at the top of my street, next to like on the corner.
Have you ever been in a defense car before or truck before?
I don't think so.
And when you got into this truck, what, if anything, did you notice about it?
I noticed there was like blankets and stuff in the back.
Like how are the blankets and stuff in there?
Like a bed.
Like a bed.
Yeah.
And when you were in the truck with him, what did you guys talk about?
I don't know. Just said like, I don't know. I can't remember.
What did you guys do?
I went down on him for like 5 seconds and then I was really grossed out and realized what I was doing and stopped. And then
What a tease! 5
I think
seconds.
that's kind of when I was like, well, I'm gonna go back inside now.
Did you do anything else in the truck?
No, no.
How did you leave things? How did you leave it in the truck?
I think I said, do not come back to my mom's house
Why would you want to come back to your mom's house?
because it's my mom's house.
She went down on him 5 seconds and
happened
then
after you
was
left?
grossed out. Not that
I
he
went back
finished
inside.
in his
I
defense.
think I
But
drank more and then went
that
to bed.
is, yeah.
Where did you go to bed?
In my bed, my room.
And what were you wearing when you went to bed?
I think a robe.
The bathrobe?
Yeah.
Were you wearing anything underneath your bathrobe?
No.
Are you a heavy sleeper generally?
If I have wine, yes.
And you said you were drinking, but I don't know if you said what you were drinking.
Yeah, I was drinking wine.
What is the next thing you remember after going to sleep?
just seeing someone in my hallway.
Can you talk about that experience?
Yes, it was just really scary. I think I ran into my mom's room. I wasn't sure what it was. I don't know. I think she came back, followed me back into my room because that's where Weston was. Then I called the police.
So when you woke up and you saw somebody in your, I guess where in your room did you see this person?
Like just right outside my door in the hallway.
And when you woke up, well, first, did you know what woke you up?
I don't know, honestly. No idea.
Did you immediately think when you saw this person that that's the defendant? You must be in your house.
No.
Tell me about what your thought process was.
Like this sounds silly, but I like thought it was like a ghost, and then I was like, that's not possible. So I don't know. I just was like, I don't know. It took me a minute to wake up, and then eventually I was like,
It's a race, not a marathon.
him.
Listen, she doesn't have a thought process that would require a brain.
100%.
And this is after a minute of thinking you thought it could be him?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did the, I guess, frame of the person sort of
If I
match?
were on the jury, I would nullify at this point.
So you said that you went by your mom?
Yeah.
What was that conversation like?
I said,
That's
I hear
not
I just saw
lawful.
something.
No.
No.
I mean,
talk
I
about
would
that.
not
And then-
nullify anything. I have no power as
don't know,
a juror.
No, and looking more and more at the convictions he got, I can see why the jury took not guilty at the few things they could, and then brought down from burglary to criminal trespassing where they could. And I understand why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the jury was sympathetic to him at the end of the day.
Yeah.
She. Ugh, this
Yeah.
woman. I have
don't know if she just
many
got up, I think,
thoughts.
with me, and we just went back.
What did you hear?
I think we heard stuff in the attic, like noises.
Did you reach out to the defendant?
Again,
at
can
all
we
at that
blood
point?
alcohol level this
I think I
chick
said I
right
was
now?
here. Yeah.
Why were you doing that?
Because that was just my main thought, that it would be him.
Because you told him to stalk you?
Because you kept asking to FaceTime him
You said that you called
and
the
say,
police.
do you love
Yeah.
him?
Did they come?
Yes.
And what happened after they came?
I think they went up in the attic. They went all around the house, outside. And then I think they saw him on the roof of the house.
At what point did you realize that it was in fact him?
I don't know. I'm sure the police told me. I don't know.
Did the police want to speak to you about what happened?
Yes.
And did you give them a statement?
Yes.
Did you tell them at that point about going out in the truck and kissing him?
I may have.
Remember, whoever told the police or anyone if you got out of the truck and kissed him? Did any of your
I don't
interviews?
know. Oh, in the forensic interview.
Could you repeat
The
that?
forensic interview?
And that would be like a couple days after this?
Yeah.
Does she understand what a forensic interview is?
You heard from an officer that said that she asked if you were in a relationship with him. You said no. Why did you say that?
Gotcha.
Same, Iris.
Yes, come on up.
This is really kind of, she knows nothing. She did nothing. She was drunk all the time. She doesn't want to answer the questions. I feel like the defendant was more truthful.
That's why I'm still wondering why we brought this case. This is your star witness.
This officer asked if you've never been in any sort of physical relationship with him.
Yeah,
You
how
said
did the
no. Why?
prosecution think they would?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I said no.
Did you
I mean,
consider
unless they're
being in a
trying to look,
relationship?
really tough
Not in
on
my head,
female violence crimes.
The fact that you had previously.
I do want to remind everyone he was living in her
Something you
bed.
told mom about?
I
Yeah.
understand that. I get that now. and
don't think
and
so.
make him wear a placard, but
That's like weird.
not for this C word.
After, the police actually take this away from your house.
Yes.
After you
I
left,
feel more sympathy for the attic
yeah.
dweller than I do this chick.
Yes.
What they did you find up there?
Yeah,
Found pee.
but
Sorry.
the law is the law,
Like a bottle
and
of pee and I think
yeah,
I understand that.
food.
I don't I can't mesh the two together right now
And
because she's
then,
just
like one of those like white square things. I think I found that a few days later or something. I don't know.
Was those items yours?
No.
You know if you went to sleep after sleep all that night?
I don't think so.
Iris, they offered him jail
And that
time and he wouldn't
next day,
take the plea
remember
because he didn't want to do jail time.
Yeah.
And do you remember what that conversation was about?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
He said that they just
Do you want to come up?
that's hearsay, right?
yeah.
I'm almost a lawyer. I just need to start phrasing my questions as, would it be fair to say, what if anything? I do this to my husband sometimes and he is not amused, but he is glad I've stopped saying grounds. So
Don't get brazen with me. No.
I have tried that.
Yeah, there are 2 counts of burglary that he is convicted of, and those might, yeah, with
The officer come and talk to you about something that he found in his phone.
I'm sorry, what?
The officer come and talk to you about.
Yes, Gigi, I'm very glad.
He had found in his phone.
Yes.
Did he show you what that was at that time?
No.
Yes, it is. Did you know that the defendant had taken a video of your vagina?
No.
Overruled. I'm sorry, what was your answer, ma'am?
No.
When did you find that out for the first time?
When the police told me that.
And, did you ever give him permission to do that?
No.
Did the officers, you ever ended up seeing a still from that video?
Yes.
What is that?
The forensic interview.
And were you able to tell from that still whether or not whether that vagina belonged to you?
No, it's what?
Sorry, ma'am, your answer?
Yeah.
And did it?
Yes.
I believe he was 18
Also
at
show
the
you
time.
other photographs
But
taken of the interior of the
boy,
house.
I wish he was
What they
17.
were.
Yes.
Did you ever give the defendant permission to come in and take those photos?
No.
Did you have any idea that he could come in and take those photos?
Ma'am, don't cry.
Did
Sorry.
you have any idea that he had come in and taken those photos at the time?
No.
When's the first time you found out about that?
In the forensic interview.
Or the interview?
You found out a lot of things in the interview, mostly because you don't have thoughts.
In the days leading up to the defendant getting arrested.
Oh,
at the
David
house,
has a cat too.
Did you notice anything unusual about the house?
No, just that my keys were gone.
Okay, your keys were gone. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
In principle, I know I'm supposed to care that he violated her her
I don't know,
privacy
it was
and
just
stuff,
I
but
couldn't find him anywhere.
I'm
I had to
having
call
a
the
hard
police to get
time
into my car
emotionally
later that night.
giving
to
a
see if they were in
damn.
there. They weren't. So,
Do you know roughly about how long they were gone for?
a day.
Angel Australia, he did live in
I
her
know your keys
attic.
were missing.
He
Did you get
did,
anything
you
out
know,
of it?
try to,
No.
he did crowbar
You had mentioned
her mom's
something about
house.
that
So,
that showed you about the door looking weird.
Yeah.
Okay, can you recall anything
but
about
she's
that?
such a giant see you next Tuesday cannoli that you just
No,
have an issue
maybe
with
it wasn't locked. I
remaining
think it wasn't locked,
principled
or maybe it
and
was
staying
locked.
on those base
Either one of
principles
those.
of
Was that something that your
justice,
mom
being
talked about?
blind
That
and
particular area?
not rageful.
No, I don't. You know, maybe actually, I may have mentioned it to her.
But if the mom happened to throw a flip flop at her head, I'm saying I wouldn't charge her.
You mentioned that during your forensic interview being shown some photographs of items. So I'm gonna.
Where is Dr. Beverly Lewis when we need her? It was one of his alts. He didn't do it. It was Maria.
States 38, 37, 36, and 35. Do you want to just go through those and tell me if you know what they are?
She doesn't know how to count.
Oh, these are mine. Just like underwear.
Underwear.
Yeah.
Where did you typically keep those in your house?
In the corner, like right outside my room, in the hallway.
Why the hell do you keep underwear in the hallway?
Are they contained in anything?
Like a basket. I don't know. It's always in the middle of cleaning and stuff.
Okay.
Nicholas, make this make sense. I
No.
can't.
Was there like a basket in the hallway that where you typically stored your undergarments?
So Eduardo, Quincy Brown, and her maid.
Probably clean.
And then this is 40. Do you know what this is?
Yeah.
Broken, you are right. She OnlyFans with her
Yes.
dirty laundry just everywhere.
Do you know where you would have kept that?
Probably the same place.
That's a
Don't make-
stinky hoo-ha.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 624.
I'm pulling a Letitia right here.
Do you recognize whose bedroom this is?
Yeah, that's mine.
Okay. Do you note that her bathing suit anywhere in this picture?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay, so that bathing suit's in that picture?
Yeah.
So possible if it was in the hallway, it's on your bedroom floor?
Yeah.
Okay, for reference, at 24, I had 2 children and my husband had just passed away. At no time did I think that I was going to, take off my clothes or become a drunk.
31, do you recognize this, Rachel?
I have very little chill for this woman.
That's your license, like your driver's license?
Yeah.
And can you tell, or do you know where that was when this picture was taken?
Looks like on my rug in my room.
Your rug in your room?
Yeah.
On your rug?
States 32. Do
You
you know what
passed
this
out on the
picture is
rug?
of?
It's my phone.
No, her driver's license was on the rug, but I'm guessing it was
Where
under
would you
the
keep your
detritus
phone?
of all of her filth.
Next to me.
Next to you? Would it be like in bed next to you or on like a surface of some sort?
Not in bed.
And if I may, Rachel, there's a reduction, but can you tell me this is a picture of 623?
So Nicholas, could they have run this case without calling her? Because she has not been at all sympathetic. Maybe just having the mom, because the mom sounded genuinely scared, and I felt for the grandma. But this particular witness,
Yeah, I don't find her terribly sympathetic. I feel like both actors are bad here. I do understand we have competing interests. We have her, the right not to have somebody breaking in and living in her apartment. We also have her, though, manipulating this poor kid in a scheme that I would say kind of goes to fraud.
yeah, I'm trying to keep my base principles of, he did break the law. Actions have consequences. But I'm also seeing where she
we don't know.
called
She
him-
could be charged with something. It's just because it's not trial right now, you don't know. But
Might be offering her a deal after this.
Yeah, I
He
mean,
could
what
have
she's doing is...
Could he have a civil suit to get his things back?
I would.
I
would
would
definitely bring a civil suit. I mean, he tried to break it. Remember everyone, OJ went to prison for a while, not because he killed anybody, but because he broke in the store to steal his stuff back. That was unlawful. And they threw the book at him because he was who he was. But it's the same sort of thing. Even if it's your stuff, you can't break into people's home. But you could sue them to get it back. And that's the appropriate remedy. And that's why we have the laws, because the courts would rather you go to court to sue somebody than try to do it yourself.
Yeah, like I said, I'm having a problem between my base principles, which are, the law is the law, and you have to take, your actions have consequences, versus this is a a sea witch from like the depths of Dante's Inferno.
If
I got to
every-
run though. Thank you, Nicholas,
Okay.
for having me on. I'm going to go eat some dinner with my kids, and I will.
Can you tell me this is a picture of 623?
I'll see you tomorrow.
There's
All right.
just a few minutes
Carb
left.
load in the morning because I think we might be visited by the drinker
Yes.
of unspecified origins. I do like the female defense attorney. She is just like this Slagathor.
Okay, good to see you, David. Bye.
Bye.
Before I finish up with you, Rachel, a few more questions. I want to circle back to some of the items that you left.
Did she just say circle back? All right, that's it.
Ah.
We're nullifying this entire
Yeah,
trial.
perfect.
I
That's what we have
can't
time
with
for. You
anyone.
did help with your permission.
Yes.
And that was in your apartment over.
Yes.
And I think you mentioned a belt, a hat, and glasses that you left.
Yes.
You don't happen to those items.
I think I threw them away.
Did you ever tell them you threw them away?
I think so.
Was seeing a copy of your messages, help you remember if you told him that you got rid of those items?
Yes.
What is Frodo doing? I'm so mean. I am terribly mean. Y'all, I am
He doesn't even reach her to her shoulders.
I know. It's like Snow White and the one dwarf. I'm a terrible person. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm just aiming for purgatory at this point.
It's
Baker, it's Springer.
And did you tell him that you threw the glasses? Possibly,
We're all going to hell, but at least we'll have fun.
Hi, Deb.
Hi. Cute doggo.
Oh.
MG Law.
Yes.
Can you point to him and identify the color shirt he's wearing?
Blue.
That's it. I can't. Tomorrow's going to be terrible. You might as well just start at the 2-hour mark if we are going to drink because.
My name's Eric Starman. I don't think you guys met, is that right?
I don't think so.
If you don't mind asking a couple of questions.
Sure.
Okay.
So, okay, that direct wasn't flattering to her at all, and
I was
I know
trying
what
to.
David said. I know what David said, but at this time we are going on how about credibility, and I'm almost at the point where if he says that she wanted, and she is acting like this, I'm almost at the point that where I actually don't need any physical evidence like texts or so to believe him.
Yeah, she came off as less than credible. Again, I felt more sympathy towards the mother. The mother, I felt the fear because she didn't know the shenanigans that her daughter was doing. So if I'm the prosecutor and I know I have this
Hussy.
Jezebel from the depths of hell, I put the mom on. The mom's the most. Oh Lord. Well, then he fought harder to be a lawyer than anyone else. He's the Rudy of lawyers, and we applaud.
Oh.
But if I'm the prosecutor and I'm trying to, structure my case, I'm bringing the mother on because the mother is genuinely sympathetic. She was genuinely scared. I don't know how you can not bring the daughter, but if you cannot bring the daughter on, that's what I would do.
Yeah. And a recap. We are doing an experimental stream. The trial has concluded. We started 2 days ago with the conviction and the closing arguments. then we went on yesterday with the defense case in chief, which was the defendant testifying. And today we have went through the prosecution's case in chief. And I have to say, I never could have imagined that, knowing that he broke in and
Filmed her
stated
lady
that
bits.
and he is the sympathetic one.
Well, so on his testimony, it comes off very sympathetic. He thought they were in a relationship. This looks to be, and we don't have proof, but it looks to be his first relationship and sexual experience. Now he picked an OnlyFans model, which red flag. And he does state that during Facebook conversations, she said that her fantasy was, someone being obsessed with her, someone stalking her, someone raping her. Now, these are all red flags, but he is new to dating. So she blurs the lines consistently. And from her testimony, she's not a Mensa member. So
Yeah. And yeah, there's been a lot of testimony, and none of it is flattering to her. But as David stated numerous times, the law is the law. And
yeah.
but I
But
still consider his testimony more credible. So if he
yeah.
says she wanted him to stalk her and had a grape fantasy, I wouldn't be surprised, because she is trying to get more things out of him and something like that. Yeah,
Yeah, and
but
from the texts that
talking
were
is,
read today, I mean, she
yeah.
would constantly ask, "Hey, can you FaceTime me? Can you do this?" He bought her a $700 electric fireplace and TV. Uh, So, I mean, it was transactional, but he didn't know that. And I didn't think at the start of this that I was going to feel sorry for the attic dweller, but I do.
No, yeah, this is really a strange case, and
And watching it backwards is it's really interesting because, like I said, had we started this case from the front, I don't think I would be as sympathetic to, um, the little guy.
mm,
But going backwards, hearing his side of the story first
yeah.
and then being introduced to her, I think I still would have found her very incredible, but I don't know that I would have as much sympathy.
And we don't know what went on during the OnlyFans time. We don't know what led up to the December events, because
And
that hasn't been introduced through the in anything,
well,
actually.
and she did give him her number and both of her address, well, her apartment address and her mother's address to send gifts. So, first rule
Yeah.
of interneting, you don't give your personal. This is why I am Mo on the internet and not my real name.
Mm. Yeah. But we are almost 5 hours in. We will wait until tomorrow, 6
Yes.
p.m. my time, noonish most time, and we will go through the defense cross-examining the woman.
The whore of Babylon.
Yeah, okay, the whore of Babylon, and then we will watch opening statements, because that will be interesting to see and compare to what we already know on how much the defense and the prosecution had to change the narrative to make it fit in towards the convictions.
And just to throw it out there, I don't care if any of y'all have an OnlyFans. In fact, make 10 of them, become a furry. I don't care. I only care if my daughters have an OnlyFans because that's, I'm not going to be that mom. No, my real name is Mom, according to my 7-year-old. I sprung to life when he was born.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what I've always assumed.
Mm. What time zone are you in, so you know what time to be here?
So I'm in the same one as David. Michigan and Indiana, I believe, are on Central. So it'll be noon my time tomorrow. I
Yeah.
don't know. Indiana
Mm.
resisted the daylight savings time for so long, and then we caved in, and I've never been happy since.
Yeah. But I think we are done for today, and yeah, it's almost 11 p.m. here, and might, if I don't fall asleep before it, you might find me on Danny on Direct stream in 2 hours roughly. I will see if I can redirect you to that one. That's not the page.
I believe her mother knew that her daughter was doing OnlyFans, but she was very not impressed with her daughter doing it. She did not want to
Oh no.
have.
Oh no. Oh no.
Again, her mom seems like good salt of the earth people. She just happened to. Her daughter's going through a hoe phase.
Hmm. But just to address that, there are a few videos and so-called true crime podcasts out there that they hardly reference evidence at all, and when they do, they claim, "Oh, it was proven it was blood. Oh, it was proven da da da. Oh, blah blah blah. Oh, blah blah blah." And these are by people who has zero legal training whatsoever. I saw one the other day from a podcast hopper who started out a few years ago with stuff like, I'm testing all of the Kardashians' eye shades. And all of a sudden she does a true crime podcast because she's so concerned for it's clickbait, it's a money grab. So yeah, and it will be really one of the big reasons, well, except that I believe Zachariah Anderson is innocent, is if the appeal goes through, he will have a lot of money unless these people remove their videos immediately. Yeah.
I did not see the trial. I got a shirt and I take you guys's opinion on it because Zachariah it's just not a name I want to hear all the time. So I, I I will probably watch it some other time. But
Yeah.
misjustice or injustice anywhere is a crime. I want the real person to be you know, if they test all the evidence and all the evidence came in and it said he is guilty, I'd be okay with it. But the fact that I have, 4 or 5 lawyers that I really respect that watched the whole trial and say, look, it doesn't make sense.
No, it just does not. Timeline is absolutely impossible. And I know they have been talking about the drive back and forth, that if he is supposed to drive with everything in and avoid all cameras instead of the 45-minute drive the prosecution argues, we are talking about well over an hour drive. And then also, when the cops arrived and went in 2 days later, the blood was still wet. 2 days later. Wet enough for them to step on the blood and leave their own footmarks, because these cops were morons and stepped in evidence.
Yeah, so
Hmm.
I really haven't gotten into it.
Yeah. But I will see you all tomorrow. I will see Mo tomorrow, and I hope I will see David tomorrow so he can keep tabs on us, because
Seriously.
tomorrow is cross-examination of the whore from Babylon. And
She just, oh,
she rubs me the absolute wrong way. And I'm sorry, I couldn't.
that was a slow pitch, and I was just trying to be good. And yet I can't.
Well, I'm going to play the outro, and damn it. I keep forgetting to swoop.
Okay, 1 second. I am starting. I've started a
Yeah.
YouTube channel. I'm just a mom of 6 that fell deep into YouTube and LawTube, and so I decided to start doing some trial commentary. I take obsessive notes, so I try to break things down, and I end up just kind of saying things. But I'm having fun. So Mo in the Deep End, I can't do left and right. Mo in the Deep End is the name of the channel, and come subscribe. If I get to 1,000, I have a how to solve a problem like Maria version with the KGB Spanglish woman. It's pretty dark.
Yeah, I could imagine. But yeah, so subscribe to Mo, subscribe to me, like everything, and yeah, see you all tomorrow. I hope. Have
Yes.
a good time.